There we go.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah. You know, the thing about Tuesdays is I got to remember to do all the stuff on my account before the stream starts. And that's always a little bit tricky because it's like we go for a while and then I don't have time after the stream is over to finish my own account for the dailies and stuff.
Yeah, man, it's busy work helping everybody else's accounts.
It's just planning, you know, it's a long stream. We usually typically do 4 to 5 hours. So it's like we start at 2. That means we go almost until server reset. Last Tuesday, I think we went until like 6:40. So I had like 15 minutes to finish off my account for the day before the server reset. So I got to remember to, you know, leave myself a little bit of time. I've got my phone right here. I'm trying to work on my main account. And I'm trying to burn through my energy here on my new versus pro account. I still have all this stuff that I have to do. Like I still have Doom Tower and everything to do. Let me see. Yeah, we're professionals. We're always prepared.
Always.
Always.
For every eventuality.
Yeah. Let me see. I don't even know what I have to do. Like one of the things that I can do, which is good, is I can just like do my Doom Tower stuff. Or Faction Wars. Do Faction Wars. I can just like click go and that takes 20 minutes to finish anyway. All right.
All right. So for everybody that hopped in immediately and also so quickly started reacting to my message, I haven't gotten the chance to reset it yet. So it is now reset. If you are interested in a takeover, go ahead and react to my message.
Hello and welcome. We've got Burso, Mahai, Jacob, Ken Chan, Steam Shadow, Amity, Dallas, Denise, Sabik, Hoax, Great Dane, Shooter 90, Stefan Jans von Rensburg. That's quite a name you got there, Stefan. Wicked Gaming is back. Hello, everybody. Tulsi, good to see you. We got 27 people. Man, the spike on the bar on the concurrent viewers is just like people are waiting for the takeovers. They want the takeovers. It's funny too, because as soon as we roll the last takeover, whichever one it is, if it's the third one or the second one, if I'm like, this is the last takeover, we spin the takeover wheel, and then like 20% of the room just leaves if they didn't hit. They're like, you know what? I stuck around for 3 hours and I didn't get my free takeover. Sorry, I'd like to give as many takeovers away as I could, but Trevor, welcome. Knights, welcome. Piotr, welcome. Good to see everybody. Yeah, make sure that even if you have reacted, make sure you go react because Sun just reset the wheel of takeover. And we're going to get started right away. We're not going to mess around. So I'm going to give it about 3 minutes and then we're going to spin the wheel. Remember that if you haven't joined the Discord community before, there is a 10-minute delay before you can start chatting. And that's how we prevent bots from like spamming our Discord. Although, Son, you did a lot of work stomping out bots this week, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The man earns his money. All that YouTube money that we get. You earn every dollar.
Yep. Just a lot of behind the scenes setting up anti-spam protection bots. So yeah, it's fun stuff though. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been good. We've been making some progress on the Discord a little bit. We've been making some progress with the clans a little bit. So yeah, it feels like we're going in a good direction. I've been really busy. We haven't had as many videos out in the last 2 weeks as we normally get out. So we're trying to get back into a good rotation with that. But we'll get back there. We'll get back there. We're going to try to do 5 a week, which I think is doable. I mean, we were doing 7 to 8 a week for 3 months straight. And I think we were burning hot there. We were burning a little hot. We had to cool off a little bit. But okay. So let's see who else is going there. We got any questions in there in the chat? Is the Artak guide video applicable for Magnar too? Thanks. I don't know that it is. That's sort of a weird. I know that they're both HP burn champions, but Magnar typically isn't used as an HP burn champion. So I think the Artak video, if I remember correctly, is about how to use an HP burn champion. But remember that Artak has activations. He also has HP burn extensions. Magnar doesn't have any of those. So if we look at Magnar real quickly, his kit is very different from Artak. So where is it? Attacks one enemy, applies a debuff spread effect, taking 2 random debuffs from the target and placing them on all enemies under HP burns. Nope, that's not it. Where's the HP burn? Oh, he doesn't bring any HP burn. He doesn't bring any of his own HP burns? Is that right? Taking 2? Yeah. So it just matters if you bring somebody else with an HP burn. That's a very weird kit. Magnar's not a champion I run anywhere but arena. So, typically you kind of build your arena team. You're like, okay, don't bring any HP burns. And then you don't, and then you forget about it. So yeah, he's not actually an HP burner. Interesting. Okay. So he does have an extension, but he doesn't have the burn itself. So he has to help somebody else out. Steam Shadow said, even without Takeover, this guy helped me go from 10 million to 20 million in Nightmare Clan Boss. Congrats, Steam Shadow. That's awesome. Knight says, hope you're having a great day. We're having a good day so far. Yeah, I'm always excited for Takeover Tuesdays. It's always a fun day.
It's another beautiful day.
Trevor asks, how do you apply for Tuesday takeovers? So what you have to do is join our Discord community. The link will be on the description of this video and also on our channel in YouTube. You join the Discord community. You're going to have to be a member of the Discord community for at least 10 minutes in order to chat. Now, down about 2/3 of the way down in the channels, there's a section called the Coaching Corner. And in the Coaching Corner, you'll see there's something called the Wheel of Takeover. You want to go there. You want to react to Sun's message. You don't need to post a message. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to do anything else. You just need to react.
You can. Just react.
Just react to his message. That will enter you in the drawing. It will put you on the wheel. We'll spin the wheel. Now, just so you know, visually, the wheel can't contain everybody. It has like something like 30 spots or something, and then it maxes out visually, but everybody is actually on the wheel, so we could have hundreds of people on the wheel, just not everybody shows up. We spin the wheel. Whoever it lands on gets a free takeover. Everybody can have a free takeover once every 90 days. So if you've won in the last 90 days, you're not going to be eligible for a takeover today. But that's how we do the takeover. So if you are new, that's what we do. Ian says, UK here and 5 a.m. starts, so hard to stay until the end. Yeah, Ian, I understand. I understand. Don't worry. I'm glad you joined us, as long as you can. Sean says, I want to be the only name on the wheel. Yeah, that would be nice, right? Just one big wheel spinning. It's just Sean. And then it slows down and it points to the line in between Sean, and we have to respin. Holred turned on the heat. No jacket today. Actually, yeah, it's getting colder. let me go get my sweatshirt. But yeah, let's go ahead and spin. Let's go ahead and spin, son, and we'll get this moving.
All right, let's get it done. I like the flamingo reaction. Hey, look at that. I got a bot working in the YouTube chat too. So many improvements. Aren't you guys proud of me? I'm proud of me. That's all it takes.
All right. How did we do? Did we land on somebody?
It is thinking. It is thinking. It has stopped thinking. And we've got our first winner. Dark Magic Raven.
Dark Magic Raven. for whatever reason in my head, the song Black Magic Woman just started playing. The Santana song, if you know,
Yeah,
if you're
Santana.
a child of the 80s.
For some reason, you saying that song made Black Moon Sun pop up in my head.
Yeah. Black Hole Sun.
Yeah, that's another good one.
All right.
Denise
So
says, I don't sign up for the takeovers because I don't know what I'd want to do. Well,
that's
if you
fine.
need help anywhere, you know?
Yeah. It could be a coaching session. We've done, I mean, a lot of our takeovers, to do a real takeover requires tens of millions of silver. Like, to do any kind of normal takeover, I would say you'd want, say, 20 million to 60 million silver, especially if you're doing like a clan boss retune or something like that. So in a lot of cases, our players don't have those kinds of resources. They have 1 million silver or 500,000 silver. And so we do more coaching than actual rebuilding or stuff like that. So it's just, that's just what happens. And if you just want some coaching, you want to have somebody take a look at your account and see what they think and give you some feedback, that could be all the takeover requires. That's fine. All right, so Raven needs to get into our channel here and send me a DM with your email and account password. This is good thing to note. I should note this now. Here's Dark Magic Raven. That's great. If you are trying for a takeover, make sure that you know the email and password that's associated with the account you want me to take over, because sometimes that can be a little bit tricky. All right. Just waiting for the info. So Raven, you just want to send me your account info. Also, you may want to mute the stream and listen to me through Discord, because there is a delay with the stream. Paul Morton says, I just started and I definitely need a takeover sometime soon. I haven't got a clue what I am doing here. That's what the videos are for, Paul. That's what the videos are for. I would love to do a takeover. I would. Obviously, I think early on it can be very confusing. The game is very deep. It's very detailed. There's a lot going on. So you are not alone. If you are confused, you are not alone. There are a ton of videos on my channel that are focused primarily on sort of the early and mid game. So definitely check out as many of those videos as you can. You can just search my channel for the topics that you're interested, whether that's Clan Boss or Arena or Hydra or Campaign or Doom Tower. Like, I've got videos on all of those subjects, specific Doom Tower bosses. So do a little search and you'll likely find a video that's hopefully your speed. It may take you a couple of weeks to catch up to the speed of the videos. I try to do videos for both newer players and intermediate players, and even a little bit of late game players. So sometimes you'll click on a video and I'll be using language that maybe you're not super familiar with yet, but it'll just take you a few videos to catch up to that language. So make sure if you can, focus on the ones that are a little bit more early game subjects, and that should help. Hey, we got a new subscriber. That's Michael. That's awesome. We've been working a little bit on our live stream technology here. So now we do have a little bit of announcements here. We got another subscriber, Mleet. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the first one to catch you in the middle. We'll say what?
Yeah. We got some extra flair going on here. We'll see if it happens today. Let's check in on Raven here. Have you heard from Raven?
Yeah. I mean, he's in the channel. He said I don't have permission to talk, which yes, we've made the permissions in here. Just listen only and make it a little bit easier for you to keep up with Cole. But also just so there isn't too much craziness.
Yeah, so
Go ahead
just
and just message him directly.
all you have to do is DM me. Meve says, so I have Pythion and Terrace, but I want Pythion to replace Siphi Clan Boss that has 272 speed. Pythion now has 192 speed, but I need about 80 more speed. What do I do? Well, the first thing you could do if you wanted is you could just cannibalize Siphi's gear and put it on Pythion. But if you want to keep her running at that speed and you want to get him up to that speed, then there are a few things you can do. One of the things is consider Pythion doesn't need any accuracy. So you can just run him in speed gear or potentially in righteous gear would be good. Because he is a cleanser. So in other places, not in Clan Boss, but in other places, resistance would be good on him. Make sure you've got speed boots and speed substats. That's basically all you can do. The other thing is remember to get speed substats on your banner because that can add 20 to 25 speed, and then glyph to get the exact tune that you need. If you just don't have gear that can get you that fast and you don't want to cannibalize Siphi, then you have to farm speed gear. That's really all you can do. Okay, we've got the info. Let me see if I can get this fired up. And then Raven, why don't you just tell me a little bit about what you would like me to do on your account? If you have any specific requests. If you don't, we'll just take a gander and see what's what. Mahai says, I really like the fact that you are free to play and you implement your point of view as such, and the videos you make are very, very well thought out and explained. Well, thank you. I am, in fact, free to play. And so one of the things I feel is that free to play is a bit of a mentality. Like, it's a philosophy on gaming, and in games like this, the tactics that you employ are going to be different based on that free to play mentality. So I wanted to just represent that in my videos, and I'm glad that you're enjoying that perspective.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Okay, we've actually got a request for a gear cleanse. That's our first. We've never had a request for a gear cleanse. So let me get into the game here. And we're going to take a look at the account. Now, Raven says, just got the Arbiter. Just got Arbiter, so that's great. This is an account that you inherited. And so maybe the account is a little bit ahead of where your knowledge base is. And that can happen. So sometimes, this happens to gamers all the time. Right, so if we look here at the daily logins. Whoa, okay. So yeah, we're into Gerda Bogbrew. We're into Gerda Bogbrew here. So this is a bit of an advanced account, level 85. Very nice. It's been a while. And yeah, I'm going to click all the red dots. Oh, is the index? Yeah, the index is full. I'm not going to click all those red dots. Got to get your arena rewards. Let's collect your arena rewards. Gold 5. Nice. Let's see what you've got. Nope. Oh. Whoops. Well, we're doing a gear cleanse anyway. It doesn't matter. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna check out the roster first. I always check out the roster. I want to know what's going on. I want to know where your Clan Boss team is. I want to know where your arena team is. We just saw Arena Gold 5. So I'm just gonna check those things out to get an idea of what the state of the account is. It looks like it's relatively progressed here. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 66 7, 8, 9, 60, 69 level 60s, it looks like. Or 6 stars. Not all of them are level 60 yet, but it looks like you have 69 of them leveled up to 6 stars. And you've got some good champions here. You know, you've got a couple of cold hearts, your apothecary. You've got your armiger up to 60. You got your bellower up to 60. So as far as the rares are concerned, you got a painkeeper. So you're in good shape with the painkeeper and the frozen banshee. Like the rares are in good place. Epics look nice. You got some really good epics. You have your allure. You have your geomancer. You have your stag knight and your seeker. You even have your inquisitor Shamil. You have your skull crusher. You actually have 2 geomancers, of course. You got a skull crusher. Skull crown, skull crusher. You got your seer and your deacon Armstrong, and in your Demitha. So, gosh, you look like you're in great shape. For your legendaries, you've got Cardiel. So yeah, you won the game. You've got your Mithrala already. That's great. You got Newt. You got Ninja. Artak. Septimus is always fun. You've got a Kymar and a Leorius. So it looks like in terms of the actual pulls you've made, oh, there are a bunch of legendaries down here. Let's just take a look at legendaries. Let's see how the legendaries stand. All right, so we're looking at 47 legendaries. You've got Trunda, Lanicus, Molly, Calvalax, Lady Kimmy. You've got Fushan. Yeah, Blind Seer. You've got some great legendaries here. Nishak. I'm sorry, Snicktrack, not Nishak. And Siffy and Rhodos. So you've got the duo. Yeah, fantastic account. Looks like, you know, in a really good spot. Really good spot. Let's check out the clan boss. Oh, I got to remind myself of the account name so I know where I'm looking. Dark Magic Raven. You've got 2 keys. I don't know if you've hit today or not. Doesn't look like it, but let's see if you don't have the quick battle unlocked here yet. So it looks like you have the Myth Heir, right? So we have one of the versions of Demitha and Eris with Seeker and Deacon. I forget exactly which one this is called. But this is a good speed tune. I don't know if it's going to get you your 1 key. Probably not if quick battle's not unlocked. I'm assuming this gets you a 1 key nightmare though. Yeah, quick battle is unlocked here. Okay. All right, cool. Very good. And then how's Doom Tower going? Working your way up through hard. Up to floor 68. Faction Crypts. 759. You're on your way to Lydia. So you're looking quite good. Sylvan Watchers is running a little bit behind. Banner Lords, High Elves, Orcs, Skinwalkers. But in good shape. In pretty good shape. Yeah, so this is 945, not 785. 759 out of 945. So you're a little bit over 3/4 of the way there. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the gear. Now, gear cleanses can be kind of interesting, especially when you come onto a new player's account. New for me, not you're not the new player. I'm saying when you come onto a new account you've never seen before, right? Because you don't know the state of the gear on the champions. And that affects how you think about gear cleansing. So for instance, I'm looking right now and I see these, Fury boots here. And I'm not sure why those boots are there. And I'm not saying like there's no reason possibly to have those boots there. What I'm saying is the way I think of gear, I wouldn't necessarily break a set and put Fury on this guy. So I'm assuming that you maybe did you use the optimizer? Is that what you did in order to get him geared this way? Like you were looking for specific stats, or did you inherit it this way? So 2 key Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare, 1 key Nightmare, and 1 key Brutal, all speed tune, same team. Okay. So this was made before you inherited this account. Okay, and so then the other thing is, like, I don't know necessarily what teams, like, all of these champions are on. So, for instance, you might have a Hydra team where this speed is necessary, or you might have an Iron Twins team or something like that. Okay, so you actually pulled Newt from a shard. Okay. All right, so let me just, I'm going to do like a quick assessment of champions, and I'm just going to kind of shout out some stuff. You can always rewatch the video, this section of the video, to like get the notes. If you just want to listen in right now, you don't have to worry about writing anything down. So I'm just going to kind of run through the champions, and I'm going to give my impressions about the builds, where they stand, and what they're wearing, and then we're going to get into the gear cleanse. So the first thing here that I see is that Newt, Artak is in completely broken sets. Now, he needs good accuracy and good speed. He doesn't need crit rate or crit damage. Now, he's not built with crit rate or crit damage. He's built primarily for HP, but his speed is low and his accuracy is a little bit low. You probably want his accuracy up over 300 if you're going to run him in Doom Tower. If you're just going to run him in dungeons, you only need like 250, 275, something like that. He doesn't have his masteries, so this would be a priority for me. I think he's got a 4-star blessing. And he's got Soul Reap, so you're going to want to have him fully masteried. So you can go ahead and buy the masteries if you have the gems. If you want to do it that way, you don't here. Or you can run him in Minotaur and get him going. He can solo Minotaur, by the way, probably even with no masteries. So you could potentially pull in other champions who you are also trying to get masteries on. Remember, it's about 150 to 160 runs of stage 15 in order to completely max out a single champion. You still have to duo minnow. Okay. But so like this feels like a strange build to me. What I would do is, first of all, I would get him in speed boots. So I'm just going to look for speed boots and see how much of a focus there's been on speed boots. There are no speed boots available. You have a lot of speed boots equipped. Okay, well, that's good. So you have a lot on the account, but you have no speed boots for this guy. Maybe that's why he's wearing the HP. All right, same thing here. I'm looking at broken sets. Ultimate Death Knight's purpose here is probably to be a tank for you, maybe in Arena or maybe in Faction Crypts. So I would think about a tanky set. I want to get him at least, maybe if you want him in a shield set, you can use him in a shield set or a bolster set. You could potentially get him in a regen set. You can do a lot of things to get him tankier. He was in Stone Skin. Okay. So I'm looking at constantly broken sets here. Here's this ninja is actually in 2 sets with some protection gear. So that's not too bad. Again, we're looking at speeds. Speeds are all a bit low. They're not awful. But they're a little bit low. Right? Again, broken sets here. Now, broken sets are okay. Like, you can use broken sets, but the goal should always be to get into a complete set. So here you've got Cardiel running at 246, which is not too bad. That's about where I run mine, actually, although I'd like him to be faster. All right, Vizix absolutely needs her gear restored. Yeah, and so we don't have a lot of accessories here. So what I would actually say is, one of the focuses you might want to do is get into Spider. Let me do a quick peek here. Okay, you don't have any clan gold right now. Okay. So yeah, by getting into Spider, you can get, some more accessories. So I'm going to look at the gear cleanse, and I'm going to just sort of assume that we need everything. I'm going to assume that we need everything from all sets. So I'm going to work through several sets here. I'm going to give this, I don't know how much time I'm going to spend on this because it depends. We're going to have to take a look at your gear here and see. Oh, wow. This is it. This is all of the gear. You have 48 pieces of gear. You had more last night. Okay. I've got like 1,500 pieces of gear in my inventory. So what you need to do, actually, you don't need a gear cleanse. You need to farm. Now I'm going to sell all these curing boots because you don't need those. There's no point for those. But otherwise, there's no reason to throw out any of these pieces. You just had 1,700. And you sold everything? I mean, I haven't done anything to the filters here, have I? I haven't done... This is it. This is... If I go to equipped, you've got 970 pieces. If I take off equipped, it's just 41 pieces. I'm looking at the silver. You have 13 million silver. I mean, you couldn't have equipped 1,700 pieces. There was just an update today. I don't know if there's some weird glitch that, like, potentially removed your... I can't even... I know that that's happened once or twice with some people. That, like, there have been... But there's still gear here. It's not like all the gear is gone. And there are only a maximum of 1,500 pieces. Are we on the right account? Were you thinking about a different account? You've got 21 pieces here, and you've got 41 pieces here. So that's a little concerning. I don't know what's happened. If you thought you were in the market for a gear cleanse, honestly, I have no idea. I mean, you saw me log into the account, so I have no idea what's occurred. I would submit a ticket. Maybe you can log in and see if for whatever reason, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just glitched. I can try again. Let's log out. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to tell you about this. I'm a little bit. Yeah, obviously a gear cleanse isn't happening today. Yeah, we only have the 41 pieces. Is there anything from chat, son, that might indicate that something's going on? Oh, son might be dealing with an issue. Okay. All right. So, you said how about? Yeah. Okay. How about Doom Tower hard takeover? All right. Well, let's take a look at Doom Tower hard and see where you are. Okay. So, it looks like you've used your keys up for today. So there's nothing I can do there. I can't push your Doom Tower. I mean, I can give you some feedback on the team. You have a reset team here with Seer in order to cleanse waves. Siffy is your buff setup. This is kind of an interesting team because you do have a drop defense out there. I don't know what the Venom Mage is doing on this team. Let's see. There's really no reason for Venom Mage to be here unless this is just like an all-in-one team that also clears bosses, because Venom Mage is really a boss killer. So what I would probably do here is maybe bring in. I'm not going to delete that team, but I might do something like this. Let's start a new floor clearing team. I would probably do something like this instead. Let's see. There's your seer. Yeah, I might do something like this. I might also bring in like Lady Kimmy. Or you could potentially bring in Cardiel. That could work. I would put him in the lead then for the extra speed. You could bring in a backup DPS like Ninja, or maybe somebody who's better for waves, maybe even Newt. That would be good. Or you could bring in Vizix. Vizix is always awesome. She brings in debuffs and some extra buffs because she brings in an ally protect and a shield, I think. So this would also synergize with Seer. So this might be like a really good team here. So getting Stagnite out of there because you don't really need them. And then you'd get an AoE slow instead of a single target slow. In this case, I don't actually, we lose our decreased attack, don't we? But you get Hex instead, and Hex is going to improve your damage a little bit. You're also going to get more buffs. But if you wanted a decreased defense champion, I would probably bring in, you could do this. Put
Just
him in the lead.
As a quick note, people are saying he does still have his gold keys, he just doesn't have his silver keys. So Tomb Tower pushing is still an option.
Oh, right. He has his gold keys. We can take a look. I'm sorry. I thought of it the other way around. You're right. You're right. So maybe something like this. So let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Yeah, let's try this. So I'm just gonna break this. Let's see. No, we need it. We need it. Yeah, we probably need the all right, let me do this. Uh-oh. Are we doing okay here? Son, is the stream all right?
Yeah, everything looks good on this end.
All right, I'm having an issue. Having that weird graphical glitch here. See if I can fix it. All right,
Yeah,
so
you broke it for a moment, but it's cleared out.
all right, so let's do this. Just so everybody can see everything. All right, so yeah, let's build a new team here for Seer. And I'm gonna change it around a little bit. So I do want to copy this setup though. We want to lock that out. Let's see. Right. Okay. We don't have anything there. This is a strength. We don't care about Venom Mage, I don't think. Okay. And then Seer. Gonna open. It's gonna open. Okay. We don't actually need Seer because I think she opens with this anyway. I don't think you have to force that. So the only thing we have to worry about is Kymar turning off Seal of Magic and then forcing Seal of Magic on round 2. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do this instead. But what we're going to do is we're going to bring in Deacon as our speed lead. And then we're going to bring in Siphi. Honestly, I don't even know if we need Siphi. But we're going to do this for now. Let's try this. And let's get in here. And what we're going to say is, let's leave that untouched for now. We're going to shut this off. And then we're going to open that. And so let's see what happens here. Oh, I did the auto climb. That's unfortunate. Speed that up. Doesn't have to be a 1 speed. Okay, so she did in fact not open with her. Let's do that again. So we need her to open with her A2. No, we need her to open with her A3, right? Yeah. This should be a full reset, so it should work that way. All right, so let's try again. Okay, that did not clear the wave. Deacon is too slow, so we didn't get the decreased defense. Okay. So let's go back in to the team setup. Let's take a look at the speeds. So Deacon's running at 185. Sierra's running at 189. Okay. So let's go see if we can speed Deacon up a little bit. He's got attack boots. Now we're going to have to steal boots from somebody. Lanathril is not yet built out. I saw that he wasn't, so I feel comfortable stealing from him. I want to try to keep the accuracy up if I can. So it does look like we have 10 accuracy here. Because the accuracy is in a really nice spot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna steal from Lanathril because everybody else I think is being used. And I don't want to necessarily break their tunes. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay. Let's go back to Doom Tower. Now, again, this Siffy might not be what we need. So we might swap out the Siffy too. Closer. Now, part of the problem here is these Doom, not Doom Priests, Skull Crowns. Skull Crowns get unkillable. So unless we have a block debuffs buff out there, let's look at this team again. All right. Let's think about if we pulled Siffy out of this. Who could we bring in? Monkey could be good. Do we have him built? No. Do we have... No. A little tricky. How fast is Physics? 142. She's way too slow. How fast is your Carl? 181. That's not bad, actually. Let's see this. So now I'm just trying to get past this floor. So since we're not going to one-shot it, we do want to activate those. Yeah, we can freeze them. You have to worry about the Sinesha combo. We don't want it to go so long that it comes back around. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get away from the seer comp, I think. Let's try something else. Let's try something else completely. So let's do this. Let's see what speeds they're running at. 225, 197, 142. Vizix is too Silas too slow. Everybody's too slow. Can't run that team. Mithrala was running fast enough, right? 197. Yeah, everybody else is too slow. Okay. Let's pull these 3 champs. We've got to find 3 champions that are fast enough and do what we need. Like, they need to cover all the ground. We need to clear the waves. We need to CC the waves, and we need to have a reviver. $161. All right. We could do that. This is good. That's 188. That's why Siffy was on the team, because she's running at 300 speed. 291, it looks like. That's why she's on the team. All right. Progny. Yeah, I don't think I need to 6-star anybody. You have a great roster. The question is, do we have the speeds available? Because you're up to a point of Doom Tower. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you something. Let me show you something here. All right, so I'm gonna go to hellhades.com for a second. All right, now here you can go to the stages tool. Right, so I've shown this before. You just go to Raid Shadow Legends, and under Tools, you go to Raid Stages tool. So you click on that, and then you can go to any encounter type. So let's go ahead and go to Doom Tower. We're going to go to, doesn't matter what rotation. I think are we currently in rotation 2? And then we're going to go up to floor 70, whatever, 70 on hard. Okay. Now we're going to look at these speeds, and you can see that the speeds of, okay, these champions are actually running pretty slow. They're running it. Am I in Doom Tower hard? Yeah. Oh, this is that's why it's a boss floor. Sorry, I shouldn't go on a boss floor. Okay. So you can see here, everybody's running at 171, 180, 172, 177, 184, 184, right? So this is decently fast. So if you have people who are running at 160, at 165, even at 170, the enemy team is going to go first. Now, if the enemy team is going to go first, you have 2 options. You have to be so tanky with revivers and stuff that when they hit you, it doesn't matter because you just come back and then you get on top of them somehow. Or you have to go faster than they are. But even if you're going faster than they are, they're going to be so tanky. Look at the HP pools here. 155,000 HP, 139,000 HP, 152,000 HP. So you're not going to one-shot them. So your options if you go first are to one-shot them or to debuff them in such a way that you get many, many turns. So you either have to tank them up or you have to CC them. So those are the 3 options. Always for wave content, you have 3 options. Nuke them out, tank them up, or CC them, lock them down, right? That's it. That's it. Nuke them out, tank them up, lock them down. Those are your 3 options here. So right now we don't have the champion. We have the champions to do all of those things, but we don't really have the gear to do any of those things. We don't have the speeds to do any of those things. So let me show you. Let me, if I can get back to where I'm supposed to be. Here we go. So for instance, this is a great speed champion. This means that if your team, let's say, is running at 170s, but this champion Seeker is running at, say, 200, he can give everybody a speed boost and get everybody up to the speeds that you need. So, you know, if I'm looking at champions that are saying let's say going 190 or better, because realistically, that's where we need to be. It's like Artak, great champion for Doom Tower, 161. Yakarl, great champion, 181. So almost fast enough. Sissia Flametongue, not quite 190, right? 184. Do we have anybody at 190? 188 here. 194. There you go. Rhodos is fast enough. Nope. Mithrala just barely at 197. Okay, we have Leorius. Leorius is not a great Doom Tower champion necessarily. He shines in arena because he needs to be hit to do his maximum damage, right? He needs his health to be low. So Cardiel works. Vizix doesn't. Oh, she's not even built. So Sify does. You know, so we have all these great champions that we could use. Like, all of these champions are usable. Lady Kimmy is just about there. But Scylla Drakes, who is a goddess in Doom Tower, is running at 130. What's that? 134. And then also I'm looking at the gear here. Like on Kymar, he's going fast enough. But look, he's got, 8-star chest piece, level 8 gauntlets. Sorry, not 8-star. That would be great. Level 8 chest piece, so like the gear is not quite there yet. So like definitely want to run that up. Get him tankier. And he can be used. He can be used to great effect there. But finding the champions, the combination of the champions who have the speed and all the gear, like, could be tricky. Wow, your Man-Eater's nice and fast. The Myth is nice and fast. Skull Crusher's decently fast. So you do have some champions who are kind of fast. And then you have champions who could be fast, but like this Seeker doesn't have a banner, right? And so could get more speed on the banner and has attack percentage boots. So you put him in speed boots. He's going to get 45 more speed if they're 6 stars, but call it 40 speed if he's 5-star boots. That's 40 more speed, and then call it 20 speed from a banner. So he's going to get 60 additional speed. That's going to get him up to, 220, over 220. Over 230, actually. So that's a much healthier speed to be running at for Doom Tower. We got Deacon here to 225 just by swapping out his boots. And so this is a decent speed for him to run at for Doom Tower. Honestly, you could run Deacon at like 280 if you wanted to. That would be fine. If you could get him that fast. But so finding the champions, like, we have some champions who are fast, but I don't know that we can make a team out of them. So that might be, one of the reasons why this team is set up, is because they're all running at the right speeds. But if we just went with champions who are fast enough, so we have 225, 197. Let's just go with some fast champions. Let's see if we can get a team together. We'll bring Sify back. But we need a damage dealer who's running fast. I think, was it Ninja who was running fast? Somebody was running fast. I know Leorius was running decently fast. I know there were a couple other champions who were running decently fast. All right, so let's look at this team. So 225, 197, 291, 188, and 256. So Ninja's running a little slow here, but he's also the only damage dealer. Would this be enough? We've got one reviver. She's a single target reviver. That's going to be a little bit tricky. But let's say we did this just for now and bring that team in. And could we potentially manual through this one wave here? All right, so let's go ahead and use the turn meter control to, keep them contained. We're going to also use the hex here. We're probably going to get hit, but maybe not. We're going to use the A3 here, see how many we see. See, that's not too bad. Let's get a block debuffs up on everybody. He already used his reset because that was autoing. That was unfortunate. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, we don't have the sustain on this team. We have revives, but we don't have heals. That's where Scylla the Drake would come in. Scylla the Drakes would be perfect, right? So she gives you an AoE stun. Kaimar can reset her stun and Ninja's freeze. So he's got an AoE freeze. You've got an AoE stun. You've also got Hex that's got, for Mithrala, gives a chance of petrification if you do get hit. So you could do something like that. There we go. Remove those buffs. There we go. Yeah. I don't see an easy solution here. I don't know what happened to your gear, and that's still concerning to me. So I think the thing that you need to do is submit a ticket here. And once you get your gear back, if you have the chance, like start, building your champions with more speed. If we're looking at Artak, a great build for Artak would be putting him in, say, you can put him in a stun set. He can do really well in a stun set. That's fine. And you can put him in a sunset, say, with some perception gear, and that's going to give you the accuracy you need to land the HP burns. But the primary purpose of each champion should be how you build that champion. So think about how you want to use Artak. Are you using him as an AoE champion who gets extra value out of his AoEs by utilizing something like a stun set? Do you want to build him as a solo champion so he can solo dungeons for you so that you can potentially get extra value from a champion training event by putting in trash with him and let him clear dragon or let him clear spider all by himself, right? If you're doing that, then you want to build him potentially in a regen set, probably with some immortal gear. If you want him as your primary like HP burn damage dealer, then you need speed and accuracy. And then you're talking about perception sets. So you always want to pick a primary role for a champion and then build towards that primary role. So what I would say here is, the HP percentage is fine, but I don't need the Savage set. Stone Skin would be fine, but I don't need that either. The speed set is the only one here that really makes sense to me in terms of his overall build. Although you could definitely build him with regeneration if you wanted to make him a solo champion. But then again, this should be a full set of regeneration, right? You should have 4 pieces here, plus probably 2 immortal or 2 perception, depending on if you can get the accuracy or not with the immortal and the regeneration. So that's how I would build Artak. Same thing, you look at all of these champions and you're like, what do each of these champions do? And, so here you're looking at Deacon. This Deacon is actually built almost perfectly. Right now that he's in speed boots, he's built almost perfectly. He needs to be fast and accurate. He doesn't need this crit rate. He doesn't need the crit damage. This should go on somebody else. This is a beautiful glove. 6-star crit damage gloves with a triple roll into crit rate. Oh my gosh, yes, please put this on somebody where it matters. Somebody who could use this damage, right? This could go on Ninja. This could go on Trunda. This could go on your Carl. This could go on, probably not Trunda, actually. Probably not Trunda. You don't necessarily want accuracy on her. But on a damage dealer where accuracy might matter, where speed is going to help, but this should go on a damage dealer. You know, he shouldn't have attack percentage chest plate. He should have an HP percentage chest plate or a defense percentage chest plate, because his job is to stay alive, keep the team moving, and debuff the enemy, right? If we look at his skills, right, he's bringing a decreased defense, so we want his accuracy. And when I said, you know, he's nearly perfectly built, like with the stats, he's nearly perfectly built. He's got the right sets on, and he's got the accuracy that he needs, and he's decently fast. But if you put him in HP percentage chest plate, he's going to be much more survivable. You put him in, you know, defense percentage gloves, much more survivable. Get some speed substats here. Like this one doesn't have any speed substats. This one doesn't have any speed substats. You can get him another 40 speed, you know, potentially. And that's going to make a huge difference. He's going to be tankier. He's going to be just as accurate, and he's going to be faster. And that makes him more valuable everywhere. That's actually a pretty good amulet for him. You know, so again, you want to pick that primary role for each champion. Now, one of the things about this Deacon, I just realized, and I'm sorry that I did this, is he was part of your speed tune for your clan boss. You're going to have to put him back in his boots. He was in these boots. I'm going to have to put him back in. I'll put him back in these boots right now. He's got to be at 185. Sorry, I forgot about that. He's in your speed tune for clan boss. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't break that for you. So, so never mind about Deacon. Like if he just has to be at that speed, he has to be at that speed. And then you're getting extra damage out of him. That's fine. But I would still take these gloves and put them on a real damage dealer, because that's going to be so much more valuable. Yeah. You know, so like I said, pick a primary purpose for each champion. If they're in a speed tune, that's a little bit different. Lady Kimmy should be super fast. She should be running as fast as possible. She needs accuracy to land her debuffs. She's great in a lot of places. Like, you know, she's got a Doom Tower speed aura of 30%. So you could use her there to help speed up your team and get them to the speeds that they need to go at. She has an AoE decreased speed. Here it is. She also has some turn meter reduction. And yeah, so she's really good as a Doom Tower lead. She can help speed you up. So maybe, you know, use Lady Kimmy and Kaimar. Maybe, I don't know if you can get Vizix to the speeds that you need. She's great because she has an AoE slow, but you have Lady Kimmy who's doing that. But she also has an AoE provoke. And then she's got turn meter. So yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't help you more here today. I think the real big thing that you need to focus on is getting your gear back. And if you have no way to get your gear back, you know, like there wasn't a glitch, this was just where the account was, you know, you have to start farming gear. And you're going to want to be getting your forge materials. So you do have, you know, options here. You can definitely make 6-star perception gear. Resilience can be fine too. You know, look for these other sets here that you might have access through. Doom Tower, something I might focus on for where you are. When the next rotation comes around and Dark Fae comes back, if you can farm Dark Fae, get some lethal gear. You can also, you know, if you have any of these special pass sets, you can roll this 5-star gear, 4 and 5-star gear, and try to get some decent 5-star gear, because 5-star pieces are going to be fine for you. And then, yeah, Guardian is good. Bloodthirst is going to be good for you. Not as good. Guardian is going to be good. Untouchable's okay. I wouldn't really focus on Untouchable. Yeah, I think it's going to be Resilience, Perception. And then the other thing that you can do is come in here to Campaign. Go to Palace of Aravia. And farm stages 6 and 7. Farm stage 6 until you get like 5 or 6 pairs of speed boots in a speed set. It doesn't matter if they're common or uncommon, just a speed main stat. That's all you need. A speed main stat that's going to allow you to put those speed main stat boots on the champions that you need to speed up, and that's going to help everybody. You can also go to stage 7 here if you just want, you know, like speed gear in general. You're going to get some rares there and some uncommons. It depends how much energy you want to spend there. And then you need to get into Dragon, because you need speed gear, and this is the place where it drops. The other gear here is not particularly interesting. I would hold on to accuracy, probably lifesteal, maybe the best toxic pieces, and then some stalwart pieces. But I would sell the avenging in the days. Probably most of the frost I would sell, and probably most of the destroy I would sell as well. So yeah. I'm sorry, do you have any questions? Okay, no questions. Yeah, let me know what happens with the gear. Come back and let me know. I want to hear about it. And if it happens that it was a glitch and you get your gear back, come see me in the Discord and we'll talk about it. We'll figure out, we'll rebuild a couple of champions for you. That way, at least you get some value out of the takeover. All right. So that is it for Raven. So, son, why don't we reset the wheel and let's give it another spin.
Yep, you've got it. The wheel has already been reset. Go ahead and just react to my message in the Wheel of Takeover channel for a chance to win. And we'll probably spend a couple minutes here.
Yeah, so just a reminder for anybody who is new to the stream, in order to qualify for a takeover, you have to join our Discord community. The link will be in the description of this video. It takes 10 minutes for you to get access to chatting in our Discord. That's just like an anti-bot measure that we've taken there. So we haven't changed that. So you're going to want to sign up immediately. Now, in the left-hand column of all the channels, there is a channel down sort of about 2/3 of the way down called Coaching Corner. And there is a specific text channel there called the Wheel of Takeover. That's where you want to go. React to Sun's message. Don't type in anything else. You can't type in anything else. Just go ahead and react to his message. And that will allow you to enter the drawing. We will reset the drawing every time. That's what we're doing now because there are some people who were here at the beginning of the takeover or the stream who have left. And so we just want to pull them out of the wheel so it doesn't slow us down. Because a lot of times they end up winning and then we have to like figure out that they're not here and do it all over again. Yeah. Quick reminder, if you are going for a takeover, have your email ready, have your password ready. And then you're going to jump into the channel with me and send me that information through a DM in Discord. I'll get logged in and then you can, just ask me to do whatever it is that you want to do on the account. And hopefully, if you've got a little bit of silver, we can do some work for you. Ian Godwin says, if I push Faction Wars, it ups my player power, which hurts my chances in Arena. Which should I focus on first? Faction Wars is so valuable. It's incredibly valuable. You don't care about anything else. So, yeah, I mean, Arena, in terms of like, okay, it makes Arena harder. Like, I get that your power level will creep up. That's just the way that works. But when you think about it, Faction Crypts give you glyphs, which allow you to speed tune if you need to. It allows you free to get extra stats on good gear, which is great. And then it also gives you materials for the Forge that gives you perception gear and resilience gear. Perception gear is one of the best sets in the entire game. It is god tier gear. And it is the set that you have the most access to and the most control over. Because when you are in the Forge, you get to determine what charms you use, and all that stuff. Plus the drop rates are so much better. Like you will always get at least a rare, and you get a lot of epics and legendaries. I think you get something like 2.5 times the number of legendaries that you would get at stage 20 of a dungeon. I think it's something like that. So it's a lot higher drop rate. And so that gear is just going to be able to be spread onto your account. So as your power increases, your gear is rising to match it. Right? If you are just getting more champions and they're increasing your player power, that's empty power, right? That does nothing for your account. You haven't gotten stronger. You've just gotten bigger, right? You've just gotten, like, your account's gotten fat, basically. And it's like, so you're a big account with no power, with no concentrated power. But if you're going into Faction Crypts and you're getting the Forge materials, that's allowing you to get better gear as you're scaling up. Remember, all those new champions need gear. Forge gear is great gear. And then also, that's going to give you more chances to get really god tier gear. Some of my best pieces, in fact, I would say probably I'd probably say something like 30% of my best pieces have come from Forge Gear, right? And most of them are in the Perception set, but some of them are in some of the other sets, like the Doom Tower sets, some of the Doom Tower sets. So all of the other pieces that are like God tier gear were kind of random, and I didn't have a lot of control over. But I have hundreds of Perception pieces just waiting for champions to be swapped onto or to be built. All right, so do we spin the wheel?
Think it's about that time.
Let's go ahead and spin that wheel.
Oof, we've got a lot of reactions.
We do.
A lot of people entering. Let's give it a shot.
How do we have more people who have reacted than are in the stream? We have 116 people in the stream. We have like 180 who have reacted to the wheel.
Can't be that much.
No, I was just counting out 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130. We have at least 130 who have reacted, and we only have 117 in the stream.
Well, I think people can do multiple reactions, even though it still only enters at once.
Gotcha.
So maybe it's
yeah.
All right, we've got our next winner. QVim. You have won.
That's a tricky name to pronounce.
What?
Yeah, QVIM. All right. So jump on into the channel. Oh, you're already in the channel. That was quick. All right, and DM me your info, and we will get started here.
Yeah, he even beat me to it. He was on it. He was ready.
All right, let's see. Got the info. I like Q. Q's on it. Nice and quick. Probably one of our viewers who's like, I gotta go to bed in 15 minutes. It's like 2 a.m. here. Okay, we've got a level 69 account. Let's see how many days we are in. Okay, we are into Cleopteryx. So Cleopteryx happens immediately after 270 days. So we could actually see the fragments. Where are we on our Cleopteryx? Ooh, you've got your Yenica. Nice. Drexthar is coming. On your way to Archmage Helmet. No Cleopteryx fragments yet, so you're just past 270. So we're looking at 273 days in. 273 days. Yeah, you just got it. I would like help with general directions. I'm new to the game, started this year, and you're not sure where you should focus. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look at, again, we'll take a look at your account, see about your champions and where you are with all of your stuff. Okay, so let's do this. We're just going to look at everybody, and we're going to, okay, we're going to do them by rank first. So I see 23 6 stars. You've got a Genbo here. Let me actually shrink myself back down. Okay. All right, so you've got a Painkeeper and a Frozen Banshee. You've got your Apothecary. You're marked. Probably a Clan Boss team running there. Looks like you might have the bones of a Man-Eater budget unkillable. You do have a Genbo. You just got your Vizix. You've got your Runekeeper Dazzler, who's very nice. It doesn't look like you have Arbiter, yep, we'll take a look there. Nethril would be great. You do have a Cold Heart with 3-star Blessing there. You've got a Rector Drath and a Stagnite, and you've got your Seal of the Drakes, and you've got your Artak. You actually have a 6-star Diabolist here. All right. Now let's look at your legendaries. Okay, not that many legendaries. At this point in the account, not that many legendaries. Now, let me actually take that back. The number of days that you've been in the game and the level of account that you are running. So you're at 270 days, but you're only at, well, you're at 69. Yeah, that's probably about right. That's probably about right. So what I would say is, in looking at this, it feels like maybe it's a little bit low in terms of your legendaries. So I don't know if if you had some periods of lesser activity, but maybe that's just me misremembering what level 70 looks like. That could be just me. Because you've got a ton of epics. And you've got some good epics here. I mean, you've got some interesting epics. You've got Duke the Pierced here. You've got a Burengiri. You've got Sandlash Survivor. You've got Ornn. You've got Magnar. You've got Ruella. You've got Venom Mage. These are all great epics. Vergis. You've got Godseeker and Neri. You've got Hoskarul. You've actually got a level 50 Sandlash Survivor. And then you've got Genbo. All right, so let's go ahead and look at you're just unlucky. You said you never missed a login day. Okay, that's good. Have you been pulling during 2 times events only? Okay. So if you're doing the right things, it'll come. Sometimes the legendaries that you have, that's just part of the luck of the draw. Also, obviously you have the 2, or you have actually 3 login. You got the last 3 login reward champions: Sun Wukong, Artak, and Rhonda. Okay. But no fusion champions yet, looks like, right? You haven't completed a fusion yet? Okay. So that could be it. At 270 days, you should have the roster that you need to complete a fusion if you have the playtime. Sometimes you don't have the playtime, and that's fine. Not everybody has to game the way that makes sense to them, So you definitely have access to the resources at this point, or you should. Let's take a look at the clan boss. So here you are in Nightmare, and it looks like you have a 2-key Nightmare team. 51 million. And your clan has not unlocked Ultra Nightmare. Okay. You are, in fact, running the Budget Man-Eater Unkillable. Yeah. Okay, you said you have all the dungeons at 20, so that's good. How are you doing on Hydra? Are you getting your Hydra? You got 1.85 million here on 1 key on normal. Okay. So you are getting a chest at least. You're getting the minimum chest here, which is good. And you can keep building your Mithrala fragments. Yeah. Let's check Arena. You are in gold 1. And it looks like you're close to gold 2. Maybe have you been doing the surfing thing? You've got you got an okay defense, actually. You get to gold 2. Okay. And this is the team that you're running here. And you don't have Deacon, it looked like, right? Because maybe you didn't realize about the code. Okay. Why did it say Nethril has a decrease? Did I read that? I'm looking for a decreased defense. Oh. Yeah, I confused Blood Gorge with Nethril. Okay. Okay. So I'm looking here at this team that you've got set up, and it's not bad. I'll be honest, this is not a bad speed tune. You've got a speed lead with turn meter fill, hopefully into I'm actually I'm gonna look at this version of the team. So you're running Haikatune at 286, into Runekeeper Dazdurk at 215, Stag Knights at 222, and then your Ronda is presumably slower than this. Okay. So this speed tune's a little bit wonky because Runekeeper Dazdurk needs to be faster. Haikatune only has a 15% turn meter fill. So this team is going to get disconnected, and also Stag Knight's going to go before Runekeeper, which is a waste of speed and a waste of damage here. And it doesn't matter who your nuker is. So what I might do is I'm thinking about another speed tune here. So first of all, you have Wukong. Now Wukong has a much larger speed aura, so you could potentially put him in the lead. And then you have Runekeeper, Stag Knight, and I would probably go with Genbo over Ronda, but you could swap them out depending on what you were going up against. So I might do something like this. Now, in this particular case, you don't need Wukong to be that fast, but you need Runekeeper Dazdurk to be very fast. Now, this is only a single turn meter fill, so again, you could also, this is a little bit problematic. So this gives you an option to buff strip. But so what I would probably do is, I think your initial team here, I think this is the right team. I think this is the right setup. But instead of having, well, no. I was going to say, instead of having Haikatune as your fastest, you actually want Runekeeper Dazdurk as your fastest champion. He's got a 25% turn meter fill. You want your biggest turn meter fill to be your fastest champion. So let's see if we could maybe work on, let's see how much silver we have. We have 3 million silver. And let's see our builds here. She's got resistance chest piece, because it's got a double roll into speed, I assume. Double roll into speed, crit damage gloves. But you've got her going fast. Is she your fastest champion? Is she the fastest champion on the account? Yeah, okay. That's not a bad call, by the way. That's having your Haikatune as your fastest champion on account is a legitimate way to go. And in fact, based on your account, makes a lot of sense. The other contender would be Apothecary. And then I think, obviously when you get your Arbiter, that's going to be the champion you probably want fastest on your account. And then the only other contender on this account would be Runekeeper Dazzler, who's not 6 stars yet. So obviously he's not going to be the fastest. But let's take a look at your Arbiter missions real quickly. Upgraded Infinity bonus to level 7, which is an arena thing. So the better you do in arena, the better off you're going to be here. By the way, just for the sake of, now that you're in gold, don't spread your bonuses around. Pick one thing that you want to improve and stick there and go all the way up to 10 with it, because you're going to need to do that for your Arbiter missions. So if you had bronze and silver tokens that you needed to use up because now, going upwards, you need only gold or something. I mean, you still have some level 6s to get. That's okay. And, these bonuses will continue to help you. But because of the Arbiter missions, you want to focus on one bonus. What I typically do is I pick an accuracy for, an affinity where I have a lot of debuffers. So if Stagnite's your main debuffer and you want to boost his accuracy, that would be fine. You could also do it in Void affinity so that you'd have accuracy to land, Cold Hearts, turn meter decrease and all that stuff. You could potentially, let's see, who are your other debuffers? Here, this is Spirit affinity. Void affinity. He needs accuracy, but he doesn't need as much. So I would probably go Spirit or Void. And it looks like you've already been building Spirit and Void is below it. So I would just take Spirit all the way up. That's going to help you with your Wukong. That's going to help you with your Stagnite, right? They're going to land their debuffs more often. Run this all the way to 10. That'll help you get to your Arbiter. But until you get to your Arbiter, you have a mini Arbiter. And that is Runekeeper Dazzler. He is your mini Arbiter, right? Because he has the exact same A2 that she does. Hers is the A3, I think, right? Places a 50% increase buff on all allies for 2 turns and fills the turn meter of all allies by 25%. The only difference between him and Arbiter in this skill is that she fills it by 30% and he fills it by 25%. So this is the second best version of this skill in the game. The other difference, obviously, is that she has a speed aura and he does not. So in that case, you need to borrow the speed aura from somebody else. So if we could get him to be your fastest champion, you can also use him in all the dungeons. He brings a cleanse and a heal. You're going to want to book him out. Let's see how your books are doing. You've got 5 epic tomes. That'll get you started. And so I think, Runekeeper Dazzler could be really, really valuable for you. You want at least one champion on your account, that has a turn meter fill with an increased attack on the same skill. And there aren't that many champions in the game. So here you have turn meter fill on High Katoon, but no buff, right? No increased attack or increased defense or anything like that. Here you have Apothecary who does the same thing, turn meter fill plus a speed boost, but no increased attack, no drop defense, nothing like that. So the only champion here that you have that does it, again, turn meter fill, speed boost, but no other buffs. Right? So this guy gives you that increased attack with the turn meter fill, and you want one of those for arena. You absolutely want one for arena. Eventually, that's what makes Arbiter so powerful, is that kit just works so well. So let's rebuild him and see how fast we can get him. He doesn't need accuracy. He just needs speed. I can remove High Katoon items. Okay, I'm going to try to build him with her without doing that, but if I have to, I will. So one great set for him can be Righteous, because it gives him speed and resist. Remember, he's a cleanser, so if you can build him with a lot of resistance, then he's going to be available to cleanse. And you would probably want to shoot for somewhere around, I'd probably start at 180 resistance, and if you can build them up from there, that would be great. So you can go with a resist banner on him as well, even get him up to 250 resistance. Another set you can put him in is Guardian, because he's defensive based champion. He does his damage based on defense, and you want him really tanky. So you can build him very tanky and make him sort of a secondary tank. He actually does decent amount of damage on his A1. He only has one damage dealing ability. But the most important thing is speed. So I'm looking at the righteous boots probably because you don't have, it doesn't look like you have, well, it's either that or these. And defense and resistance and accuracy. I don't need accuracy. Accuracy, you could land his leech. So if you want accuracy, his A1 has a leech on it. Resistance, defense, HP, defense, accuracy. These boots look great. So let's just put him in a fitting room and try that on. All right, now let's look at his pieces here. We'll show what's equipped. And it looks like perception. And he's got double speed roll with accuracy on his chest piece, which is okay. It's a double speed roll, so that's good. That's actually maybe a better chest overall, but we still want the speed. We want him to be as fast as humanly possible. Okay, and then this would be maybe nice gauntlets. They are 4-star. Okay. Let's look at the speed pieces. We'll also look at divine speed just in case there's anything there. Single rolled in the speed, and this is not bad for a flat HP gauntlet's not bad. So we're looking for something that could roll twice at least. All right, I'm going to just talk about this gauntlet here for a second. So if I were doing a gear cleanse, I would maybe focus on getting rid of this gauntlet. This has crit damage. Without crit rate as a substat, it's highly unlikely you're going to get value out of this. And if you want it because it's in the speed set, then you need a speed substat roll. So this gauntlet is like an unfortunate distribution of substats and probably will never be used. The only champion on your roster that might be able to use this would be Genbo, because Genbo gets an extra 30% crit rate with the buff, right? So you can build in the 70%. So if you can't put this on Genbo, you probably can't put this on anybody. And so this would be something that I would get rid of. I probably wouldn't have kept this piece. Like I wouldn't have even rolled it. I would have sold it right away. Now this is another one. Crit damage without speed substats or crit rate substats. A crit damage gauntlet without a crit rate substat is just a tough piece to fit anyway. The only other way to potentially use it is to like use 2 maybe crit rate sets, which is like, that's not an optimal way to build a damage dealer champion anyway. Again, here we have another one. Crit damage, no crit rate substats. So, it's good to have one, or maybe 2. Like this one at least has a speed substat roll on it. So you're like, okay, I'm going to hold on to that just in case I have some way to use it. But in general, I don't hold on to those pieces. All right, so yeah. So he's got a single roll there at 9. That's 8. This is a double speed roll for Genbo. And again, this doesn't have any crit rate on it. It's attack percentage, which is nice. I wouldn't steal that for Runekeeper because he doesn't get any value out of attack percentage at all. All right, so currently it looks like his chest piece has a double roll anyway. So we're going to avoid that. Let's go with the gloves. And what's our current? Do we have any speed rolls on it? We have a single speed roll. So I don't think we're improving that here. Let me see if there's any divine speed. I don't see any divine speed. Okay. So let's look down here. This is a better piece. This is a better piece. It loses that accuracy, but it gives them actual defensive stats. So let's try that on. All right. Now let's look at the top 3 pieces here. We'll start with speed. Let's see. And then we want, if there's any divine speed, take a look at divine speed as well. Double speed there. So that could actually work somewhere. Righteous and perception. Okay. In fact, let's just do all the pieces for divine. Okay, that's the only, it looks like that's the only divine speed piece, so we don't have to worry about that. Speed, accuracy, HP is not bad. Speed, accuracy, resistance is not bad, but that's a 4-star piece. Let's look at the helmets. Speed, resistance, defense, and defense. This is beautiful. Let's roll that for him. Now, he looks like he's got some speed on his helmet, so we're going to have to get at least a double roll here into speed. Well, that's not going to happen now. Maybe it could still happen. Let's try one more. Let's try one more. Nope. That's unfortunate. Okay. Because otherwise, that would be a beautiful piece for him. Speed and resistance is not bad. Speed, defense, speed, and HP is, all of those are good. This starts off with 5 speed. Let's roll that. See if we can get a double roll into speed. Nope. All right. What about speed? Oh, we got a double roll there. All right, let's try that on. Got to remember, this one looks glyphed. So let's see how much speed on that does he have? He's got 11 plus 3. So this is better because this is 12. So that will get us 1 if we can glyph it. You just unlocked Fire Knight 20 and Ice Golem, so you need to farm. That's okay. We'll make do. Your gear's not bad for where you are in the game. Your gear's not bad at all. So potentially we can get more speed out of a speed weapon here. This is as a double roll with resistance. That's beautiful. That attack is wasted, but that's okay. That is a beautiful piece. Oh, this is nice too. That's a 6-star piece. This is a 5-star piece, but it's got a double roll into accuracy plus, into resistance, accuracy, and HP as substats. This is going to get you more speed though. And right now that's what we care about. Okay, then let's look at the shield. How's the shield doing? Shield has a double roll, has 13 speed. There's 13 speed with accuracy and defense. So that looks like a pretty good shield. I don't know that we're likely to get more than what we've got there. Whoa. Triple roll into speed. Is your Paragon used for something? Do you use that cheese Paragon for something? You just cheese Nightmare. Okay, cool. So yeah, I would do that. Those are nice rolls for us, actually. Oh, nice friendly roll. Look at that. 237K to go from 12 to 16. All right, now I want to check Haikatoon's stuff here. So she's got that. We're actually ahead of that. And then probably running. So we're faster there. So we're faster on those two pieces. What about the helmet? Where is she? So she's running just these two pieces. Is she running any perception? No. We didn't actually check the righteous. I mean, you've got some double rolls. Can't break your speed tune. Yeah, okay. So we've gained 17 speed here. We've gained a bit of resist and lost accuracy, which is fine. We've gained some 400 defense, which is nice, and 2k HP, which is fine. That's good. We could probably glyph. These are 5. That's a 6, 5, 6, 4. And that's not going to happen. And then the banner. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to reach High Katoon's speed here. So we would have to make a swap. But for right now, let's just go ahead and do this swap for him. I want to take a look at the High Katoon's build. We can actually get more speed onto her, probably. I know she's got double, so that's a big roll there. That's an 18, so all 6s on that helmet. So 17 and 22. It's 39 speed between those two. Nice triple roll into the banner. That's a really nice, that's a nice roll. This is it's a relatively good build. If you could get away from these gauntlets, I would. She's got 13 speed there. Yeah, I'd be looking for new gauntlets, but it looks like those are the fastest. And let's look at the chest piece and the helmet. So we need a substat speed. Remember that you're going to get like 12 speed just out of the set here. Oh, I didn't even see these before. That's a swap I would probably make. Yeah. So for Runekeeper, yeah, I would make that swap. Okay. Gets you more resist, loses a little defense. Let's do that. How much would we lose here? We would lose 11 speed. So you don't want to lose that speed. Okay. Man, we're not getting too lucky with the rolls today. Jeez. There we go. Let's get another one. All right. There we go. How much do you lose there? You lose 8 there, but you could glyph it back, right? Because the other ones are glyphed. So, you get significant more accuracy, which would give her a chance to land her slow on her A1 and her decreased turn meter on her A3 or whatever it is. So that might be a nice swap, once you glyphed back the speeds. Because I think... Actually, let's just take... Yeah, so this is glyphed with 4 and 7 speed. So you actually would have gained 1 speed with that perception swap, which would be nice for her, plus the accuracy. And you would get her, into some accuracy. Like the accuracy from the perception set would be useful. Her kit is really nice and useful in a lot of places. This decreased speed on the A1, it's a 40% chance of landing. That's not bad. And then her A3 here is a 75% chance of decreasing the turn meter of all enemies, which is actually a very nice skill. There aren't a lot of AoE turn meter decreases that are like this accessible. So I would definitely consider getting more accuracy into her kit. And if you can get more speed and accuracy into your kit at the same time, that's fine. I would not slow High Katoon down to make her slower than Runekeeper Dazdirk unless you can get him faster than where she currently is. Right? So if by making a swap, let's say if you could, so she's at 286. Let's say you could get Runekeeper Dazdirk to 290 by making gear swaps. You could get him to 290 and say that would drop her down to like 260. That would be totally fine. That would be totally fine, because what would then happen is your fastest champion in an arena would be faster. And remember, that larger turn meter fill is the champion that you want fastest. And then High Katoon would be speed tuned with him. But basically where we are now, let's look and see if we are actually speed tuned yet. So I'm going to break out the calculator here to see if we can figure out this math. Let me make sure that everybody can see the calculator. All right, so the calculator's on. So we have Runekeeper Dazdirk is at, it seems not going to be fast enough. So he's at 239, it looks like. Okay, and High Katoon is at 280. 286. So remember that she gets a 15% turn meter fill, so we're just going to do 286 divided by 1.15 because of the 15%. And that's going to get us down to 249. So he needs to be at least 249. The good news is I think we can glyph him there. We can probably glyph him there. So let's see what your glyphs look like. All right. So we don't have a lot of larger glyphs, but we have a lot of smaller glyphs. Let's see. So this is a 6-star piece. I'm going to use a 4-star glyph here. Let's see. We need like at least a 3 or a 4 here. Hopefully we can get that. 4. That's beautiful. Okay, this I'm actually going to use. I'm going to use the full 5-star on this one. Let's get a max. 4. That's still very good. Triple speed here. I'll probably use a max on this one as well. Good. 12. All right, this one I'm just going to use a 1-star. This one I'm just going to use a 1-star. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Although you should glyph out everything. I'm just glyphing for speed. Okay, and that just got us to 252. 252. So he is now fast enough. He's now speed tuned with Haikatun. Okay. Now, when you get him his banner, right? Let's see if you have any banner with speed. Yeah, you got a double roll into speed here with accuracy. I would prefer resistance. Let's see if there's one with resistance. Defense could be good. There's one with resistance, but no speed. That's 5 stars. So for right now, I mean, these substats are good, right? The HP and the defense are really good for him. Accuracy is fine. It's not like the stat that you necessarily want to pump, but it's going to help you land that leech in some cases if you need it for various dungeons. But yeah, so you'll get this onto him. That glyph will probably get you another, say, 20 speed. And so now, you'll be running, where is he running right now? He's running at 252. Now you get him up to 272. If you can get a better glove here that's got a double speed roll, or you could get a better chest piece that's got a double speed roll, or you can get him into 6-star speed boots. Right now, you're going to start creeping up on 300. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to be faster than Haikatun, and that's where you want him to be. Even if he's 1 faster than Haikatun, that's where you want him to be. That's fine. At that point, it's not a huge difference. Once they're that close, it's not a huge difference if she's a little bit faster, because she's not hitting. Right? When she's in arena, she's not hitting. Like, she's just speed boosting everybody. So as long as he's within the 15%, you're speed tuned, and that's fine. And it doesn't affect the people below. They're going to get 40% fill, 15 and 25. It doesn't matter what order they get it in. So right now that you're speed tuned, that's fine. But for things like dungeon, right? For things where you might want, like more rotations, you're going to want him as your fastest champion. Eventually, you're going to want to move her out of arena. She doesn't really want to be in arena. You want, somebody else. You want Deacon Armstrong if you can get him. But that's fine. That's fine. For now, it's totally fine. So now they're speed tuned together. And that means that when we go into arena, they're going to be connected. Now, the question is actually, what's your arena team again? Let's look. Stagnite. So now we got to figure out Stagnite. Where is Stagnite? So he's running at 222. So we're going to go back to our calculator. And we're going to say, okay, so what was she running at? She was running at 280. She's running at 286. So 286, and we're going to divide it by 1.4 now. Because remember, your Stagnite's getting 40% turn meter fill. So he only needs to run at 205 actually to be speed tuned. And he's running at 222. So he's now speed tuned. But we need to get 205 on our damage dealer. This is 207. These 4 champions are now perfectly speed tuned. They won't be broken. If you win the speed race, this team won't be broken. However, right now, you're not necessarily running Kale, right? So we've got to go look at your other champions. So who's 213? Fine. She's where she needs to be. And then let's look at Gembo. Okay, too slow here. Genbo's running too slow. Now you've got Gembo and Savage, which is great. You've got him at, you don't need him at the 92% crit rate you've got. You only need him at 70. Okay. Yeah, he's not quite there. He would be tricky. Let's see. Let's see if you have a... We're going to do a crit damage glove with crit rate substat. That would get him a lot more crit damage, which is what you want. But all right, it looks like we might not quite have the gear to get him there, and I don't want to start stripping your other your other champions. So let's look at this build here. All right, so she's not actually booked out. Let's look at Kale. It's got Phantom Touch, fully booked out, running Lifesteal. Decent crit damage. About the same crit damage, right? This is 191. And what's this? This is 188. And he's at 100%. So he actually feels like he might be the better damage dealer right here. It's hard to say. I mean, her multipliers are a little bit better than his, but she's not booked. So you're losing the damage here. You're losing 20% damage here. You're losing 20% damage here. You're even losing 20% damage on the A1. So he may be hitting harder. Plus, he's got the Phantom Touch, which gives him an extra chance of hitting harder. What's his attack at? His attack is at 3,870. Her attack is at just over 4,000, 4,100. So they're probably fairly comparable. They're probably close. And eventually she's going to be more damage dealing, right? She's going to hit harder. But I would probably still go if I could swap around gear to make the Genbo the damage dealer. I would probably do. First of all, he's in Savage set. Like if you can keep the Savage set, that's going to allow you to do more damage there with the Ignore Defense because he's the only one in the Savage set. But the other thing about him is he ignores unkillable buffs, right? So that's great. Plus he has that self-buffing crit damage. So you can build him at 70% crit rate. So, you know, you can potentially, if you can get him into crit rate gloves, let's just look real quick. I wasn't going to do this, but now I'm going to do this because I'm all about it. Let's see if we can get, we want crit rate as our substat, and we're looking for Savage gear. All right, let's do that. That's a nice triple roll into attack, but unfortunately, I think what we're going to do is we're going to get more value out of the crit damage if we can go the other way. So let's do this. So I'm trying to push the crit rate up. I'm trying to push the crit rate up so that we can potentially get into this piece. Drop down to 57. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're quite there. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could look at, you know, like this set or yeah, let's take a look at your Forge for a second. All right, I'm going to look at your instinct here real quickly. Yeah, it's not there. We would have to hit on like 3 pieces. So that's not quite going to go there. Yeah, so I think, you know, it's hard to say where you've got 3 viable arena nukers. You actually have 4 because you could also make Sun Wukong that. I would probably strip one of those champions of gear, or if I could find it, you know, I would find a way to get the gear onto one damage dealer. The easiest thing in the world to do for your arena nuker is to go with a Void Affinity, because it just means you don't ever have to worry about weak hitting. And it's fewer tactical decisions that you have to make. But let's go ahead and take a look at like this team right here. We're going to try this team based on what we've got. I'm going to bring Kale back in. He's actually going to weak hit against. Oh, it doesn't matter. She's the same affinity. But let's see just if we're winning the speed battle here. All right, so we've won the speed battle. Looks like by a decent margin here over the Candrafon, who's the fastest champion. We're going to do the speed boost into the second speed turn meter fill. Now we're going to drop defense. And land that, and now we'll nuke and see how hard we hit. That's not bad. Candrafon's going to mess us up, but not that bad. So let's go ahead and... Well, it doesn't really matter what we do because we've got a... an ultimate death knight here can't be... Yeah. Ultimate Death Knight's so annoying. Okay, so it's like to have a champion like that and to have Stone Skin is just irksome. There are teams that you could take on here, but let's see if we can find... A lot of Scylla the Drakes, a lot of UDKs, a lot of defensive teams. This team is frustrating. Again, if we have a situation where you have a Stone Skin on that UDK, that could be problematic. This is why Wukong is so good. Because Wukong helps you get around these issues. Right, so one of the things we could try is we could do this. Let's see. Actually, I don't know how your Wukong's built. Let's take a look at your Wukong. You're working on the masteries. You're getting there. Okay. Not both. That's okay. Good gear. Might swap to these boots for the crit rate. See if we roll in a crit rate at all. Yeah, that gives you 13% more crit rate. Obviously, you have to take him to 16, but I would potentially put that on. Chess piece. So if you need more accuracy, if you feel like 212 is too low, you could go with this piece to get extra speed and crit rate, or you could come here for this this attack percentage piece and get the crit rate there. That might help. I like this accuracy chess piece actually because it's got a little bit of crit rate, but it's got a lot of speed. And right now he's running too slow. So in order to speed tune him properly, he should be... You're going to run him with Runekeeper Dazdurk. You're not going to run him with High Katoon. So you're going to need him to be within 25% of Runekeeper Dazdurk. So you're going to need to run him at like 220. Maybe 210. What's Runekeeper Dazdurk running at? He's at 252. So again, we pull this up and we do 252 divided by, what in this case, 1.25, right? Because only one turn meter filler, 25%. All right, so 202. You can actually run at 202. So if you can get Wukong to 202, with glyphs, you can probably do that just fine. This piece is not great. This piece is way, way, way better. Let's roll this one up. Accuracy is good. We need accuracy on him for the buff removal. Another accuracy. Let's see if we can get at least one into... Oh, crit rate's good. So this would give him 6 speed, 1 accuracy here, 12 crit rate. Let's do that. How about this piece? Again, the accuracy's there, but let's go ahead and see if we have a piece. We don't. Yeah, okay. And then what about this piece? Speed and accuracy is good. All right, so now we've got him running at close to 100% crit rate, a little bit less crit damage. That's okay. That's going to work out in your favor. Bit more accuracy, and we've got more speed. What do we need to get him to? We need to get him to like 202, so we can definitely glyph him to that. Actually, how much do we need? We're at 197, so I need to do more than 1-star glyphs. I was going to 1-star glyph him up, but I think we're going to do the 1-stars on the 4-star pieces. This is a 6-star piece. We will use the 4-star piece here. Let's get some good numbers. There we go. And then, yeah, we can glyph this one a little bit higher. Let's do a... There we go. That's good there. We'll use a 1 on this one. We're at 205. So now he's speed tuned. Right. So now instead of bringing in this team, you can bring in this team. Now you get an increase of 9% on the aura. So that's going to mitigate a little bit the fact that you're losing your fastest champion. And now you have a buff strip, which is going to allow you to potentially strip some, and it's a steal, remember, you can steal some of those stone skin buffs. So let's see if we can get ahead of this team. No stone skin. What just happened? Why am I running this team? Oh no, that's the correct thing. I'm sorry. For some reason I thought we had a different damage dealer, but that's who we have. Okay, so I want to run the AoE here. And he's going to hit pretty hard because he's got, he's got that high crit rate now. Oh, Wukong. All right. So not too bad. So this should give you some options in Arena. You use Syl against tanky you use Syl of the Drakes against tanky teams to try to stun them. And Kale is your campaign farmer, which is, yeah, that's fine. So it feels like now, in Arena, so you have a few different options here. Like one of the things that I try to do is I try to think about how much speed do I actually need to win the speed race? And then what do I need from my team in order to overcome the defenses that the enemy team is bringing in? So for instance, no, these are just annoying teams. All right, so, but this team here, right? So this team has the same aura that I have, and they have a turn meter fill, I think, right? But it's just this. If debuffs are removed. So chances are you're going to win the speed race here. Now you're giving up a lot of power. The question is, can you nuke these 3 champions out and then work out Scylla the Drakes before she starts reviving and the Sun Wukong starts messing with you? So here, even without the high Katoon, we had this enough speed. So then the question is, can we nuke out who we need to? And we actually didn't get the Rhonda down. But it looks like we're going to get another chance here. We strip the buffs, nuke them out with Wukong. And now let's heal everybody up. How hard does their Wukong hit? Hard enough. So unfortunately, giving up too much power there. If they were 40k ahead of us instead of 60k ahead of us, we probably would have had a shot there. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just not a great page. I'm looking at this team. I'm looking at the Necrit. So this is actually... So, right, this guy brings a ton of, buffs. Ally protection, block debuffs, all this stuff. But that's where Sun Wukong comes in, right? He can strip those buffs, and then he can create a scenario where those buffs can't go back up. This is not a good team. I wouldn't normally come into this team. But, right, this guy starts with these buffs. You're going to be able to strip some of those buffs. I would like Wukong faster than Stagnite here, so that would help too. And Wukong is actually slower than Kale as well, so we actually want him. We want him going first. Now, one of the nice things about Runekeeper Dazzler, he's not a reviver, but he's got a nice heal. Oh, that actually works too. But he got killed. Yeah, all right. Yeah. So I think what I would do here is, you're not quite there yet, but you're getting closer. So what I would definitely do here is, for this roster, do not slow High Katoon down. She's useful everywhere. Start thinking about ways to maybe get her some more accuracy. So like I said, you could swap these 2 for the perception gear. And if you might even gain 1 or 2 speed depending on how you glyph her. And then look for accuracy in her amulet. It doesn't really matter what amulet you go, but I would probably go tanky. I would probably go defense over crit damage or anything like that, because you don't care about the damage that she brings. But that slow on her A1 and the decreased turn meter on her A3 are valuable. And then I would 6-star Runekeeper Dazzler, get some speed banner on him. If you can get him a little bit faster than High Katoon, that's great. I wouldn't keep increasing her speed. At 286, this is where I run my High Katoon at end game. I've had her at a speed like 286. It's almost exactly the same speed. Somewhere between 282 and 288 is where she is. And she's as fast as you will ever need her to be. She doesn't need to be faster. But Runekeeper Dazzler could be faster. Right? So you could get him up to 300, 310, whatever. And then when you get your when you get your Arbiter, pull Runekeeper Dazzler out, put Arbiter in that gear, get her to be your fastest champion, and then start building Runekeeper Dazzler for somewhere else, dungeon, whatever, because he's going to be completely replaced by her. You could still use him in 3v3 arena, so it's not like you want him slow. But as soon as you get Arbiter, you're going to want to have her be your fastest champion. And then, I would definitely think about your Wukong, getting your Wukong to a good place. He's pretty close. You can keep glyphing him. You can potentially get him into 5 or 6 star speed boots, get him a little bit faster. If you can get him to 100% crit rate, great. You don't have to. If you're using him primarily as a buff stripper, you want him, probably somewhere around 300 accuracy would be good for arena. You're going to get the buffs off of all of the damage dealers at 300 accuracy, and you're going to get off most of the supports. There's usually going to be like a reviver or a cleanser who might have really high resist. That sometimes happens. But I find that 300 accuracy, even 268 where you are, is probably enough for most of the arena. Yeah, and I think that the primary thing that you need to do, you were asking about direction. You need to get this Great Hall going, and you need to keep pushing on these Arbiter missions. This won't happen without a lot of grind. You just have to grind it. And one of the things that you can do that we were talking about earlier is in arena where you are, get up to 2, drop back down to 1, get a free refresh. You can surf here. Unfortunately, I lost you a couple of points there. I'm sorry about that. But, you should be able to surf in between 1 and 2 for a while. And that's fine because 1 and 2 reward you with the same rewards, right? They both give you, each one gives you 2 medals. So it's not until you're surfing between 2 and 3 that you really care. And then just keep grinding your Great Hall, get your Arbiter. That's a goal. As far as your clan boss is concerned, until your clan unlocks Ultra Nightmare, it doesn't really matter. And if you're getting a 3-key Nightmare or 2-key Nightmare, I think is what you were getting, then you're fine. Get 2-key Nightmare, get a Brutal, get a Hard, use your 4 keys every day, and that's fine. As far as your dungeons are concerned, keep farming gear. You want, there's an Ancient Shard. I'm going to buy that. You want to get as much speed gear as you can, and don't hesitate to get into the faction crypts. Keep working this and use this, especially perception gear, as an opportunity to help out champions like Wukong. Also, during the next Doom Tower rotation, for the rest of this Doom Tower rotation, you could farm either the Griffin for more Guardian gear, or you could go Bloodthirst, or you could go, those are probably the 2 best. Guardian before Bloodthirst. But unless you have a champion to put Guardian gear on, it doesn't make a ton of sense. You could potentially put this on your Artak. Yeah. And then I would probably, in the next rotation, when Dark Fae comes back, I think that's the next rotation, I would start farming as much lethal as you can possibly get. Get your Genbo built out in some lethal gear, or, if you get instinct gear, you can roll these out and see if you can get instinct pieces that are good enough. Or Savage, farm some Savage, get him in that, and then make him your arena nuker. That's going to allow you to free up your Kale, where you don't have to worry about him in arena. And it's also going to allow you to then specialize your Rhonda as a lockout champion. Because the power of Rhonda in a lot of cases is this block passive skills, block active skills. She'll be a specific counter, especially in live arena. You want to get her speed tuned with everybody else, but then she can be very damaging against specific. I probably could have used her against the UDK. That would have been smart. You can also use her against Wukongs, right? Because she can prevent the revives on the Wukongs. All right, one of your questions is, how should I gear and level Faction War Champs, 50 level, and some random pieces? Good question. Let's take a quick look. Ooh, look at that. Void Shard. All right. All right, so let's say this was the one that you wanted to push. It might be too late in the day today to really do this, but you could definitely do this. So, all right, so you've got your Reviver. Broadmaw is key, right? To help you 3-star everything, Broadmaw is key. Now, in terms of who you're building and how you're building them, you can really build anybody that you feel like you want to build. Venom Mage is by far the best champion that you have in this faction. Like God tier above everybody, including Broadmaw. This is your best champion. So I would bring Venom Mage up to 5 stars. Potentially, you could bring her up to 6 stars. Like, this is a champion that you may eventually want to bring to 6 stars. I would probably keep everybody else at 4 stars. This is fine if you're using Skinner. You know, you can use Muckstalker. You could use Drake. You could use really anybody. Cage Bound is not bad. Has a AoE decrease attack plus an ally protection. If you're struggling for survivability, you know, you could build out a Cage Bound. But I think between Yizzo, Venom Mage, and Broadmaw, you're probably going to be fairly survivable. I would run them up to 40. I would run, you know, all of these up to 40. It looks like you're using Muckstalker. Maybe Muckstalker is a chicken. That's fine too. You can make him a chicken. In which case, just level a Drake up, right? What I typically do is if I have an epic that I don't want to just feed and make a chicken, I'll run them up to 40 and I'll put some gear on them. I'll run the artifacts up to level 12 typically. Maybe the boots up to level 16. Now, Drake's a damage dealer, and damage dealers at 40 are pretty weak, so I would prefer to have like a support at 40 and a damage dealer at 50. But really, an epic is generally better than a rare, especially if it's not a great rare, right? So if you wanted to run Cage Bound up to 40, that would actually probably be a little bit better. He's a defensive-based champion, and so at 40, he's going to be a lot more survivable than Drake is, and he's going to give you more value because he's giving you an actual debuff here, decrease attack that also synergizes with your team. And you could even book him out, right? If you have rare books lying around or if you have copies of him lying around. So then you've got, you know, a relatively tanky defense champion, a very tanky support poisoner, who's also got a passive that makes everybody more survivable, another defensive-based debuffer. You've got your one attack-based damage dealer who's a multi-hitter who can strip buffs. And then you've got your Reviver who's going to be nice and tanky. He's got a freeze. Does have an increased crit rate and increased speed with turn meter fill, which is very nice. And the big defensive aura in faction crypts. So you're looking for synergy. Defensive aura, you know, tanky, 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 one damage dealer. That's going to be enough with a Reviver. That's probably going to get you through that first boss and keep you moving up. Now, every faction's a little bit different. So, you know, you'll have to look out for that. So, like, if we go into Ogrins, we can see what your Ogrin is doing. You're like, okay, you have Maneater at 60. You should be able to push this. Maneater by himself at 60 should be able to push pretty far. So, really, you just need to surround Maneater with anybody. Brush is a definite, absolute definite for this team. So again, let's go to the champions and let's look at your Ogrins. And again, you can do this assessment for every single faction crypt. Right here, you've got a healer, right? So he's got a decreased attack, which is going to help sustain, and then he's got continuous heals for everybody. He's also got a leech on his A1. So this is just great sustain. By the way, if you get him ascended, he's got a nice defensive aura here. You've got a tanky primary champion. You want a healer with him. Now, Grimskin's fine. Like, he's not particularly interesting. He does have a decreased speed on the A1, which is probably his most valuable ability, but he does have an AoE, which is not bad. And he's defensive based, so he's going to also go well with the tanky team. Lauren the Cutter is actually better, but this is an attack-based champion. Does have sustain on his A1, which is nice. And, you know, an AoE. Can decrease the turn, actually 100% turn meter decrease by if it's booked out. I don't know that you would book him out for faction crypts, obviously. But so this would be a high utility champion. Sustain with some turn meter decrease and a good AoE there. So those 4 champions right there. Again, epics. You don't want to get rid of them. You're just going to run them up to 40. You're going to build them tanky. except for Lorne. You want to build Lorne fast, and you're going to let Maneater carry you. If I were going to add somebody to this roster of 4, I wouldn't add anybody that you currently have. I mean, you know, this guy, Hungerer at 40 is fine. Just put him on the team. But eventually, what you want is you want a Reviver on the team. So if we're looking for Oghren, you know, there are a couple of good epic Revivers. Let's see. I think... Well, Ugo is a conditional Reviver, but she's very good. If you got her, obviously, you would build her out. And then, who's the Reviver in this faction? Is it just Ugo? It might just be Ugo. If you don't have a Reviver, one of the things that you can do is just go very tanky, right? So nobody dies. Obviously, you know, you've got champions who have cleanses, who have heals, who have increased defense, who have shields. Gear Grinder. Gear Grinder is a Reviver. Revives a dead ally with 50% HP and 50% turn meter. He's an HP-based champion. He's actually got a decent HP pool at 19,000. You can keep him alive. He's also got a lot of heals. So he is probably your cheap Reviver here in this faction. I think that's actually who I run, is Gear Grinder. And again, if you get Bellower at any point, you might want to use him as your campaign farmer, so he becomes a DPS and debuffer. But yeah, so, you know, any epics that you have that are worthwhile, go ahead and build them to 40. You want to typically pick a carry. Remember that damage dealers do better as they're leveled up, whereas support champions, especially debuffers and debuffers and buffers, don't need to be leveled up to do their job. They just need their stats. So a lot of times you can run a debuffer at 40, or you can run a buffer at 40 where you run the damage dealer at 50. That's going to allow your attack-based champions to be more survivable because they're going to be the highest level champions, so they're going to have the most stats, but also it means they're going to be less likely to be targeted. And then as you're doing faction wars, all you have to do is, you want to push like this. With Maneater, you could potentially get through stage 7 just with Maneater. So go ahead and spend the rest of the day just leveling up those champions if you want. And then, there's champion training going on right now. And then just get through stage 7. Once you get to stage 7, you can start getting the epic materials for the forge. And that's incredibly important. That's going to allow you to get that better. All right. So, Q, I think that's it. Sorry I couldn't help you more with the arena there. I wanted to actually show... I mean, I do think I've helped you with the arena there, but I wanted to show some wins there. But I just think where you are in arena is really grindy, and it's going to require some rebuilding of those champions. Runekeeper Dazzler could be a next 6-star for you, a great 6-star for you. I know that you're building Vizix out. She's awesome, so you should keep building her out. And then, you've got Godseeker and Neri there who might provide high value for you down the road in some different builds. But it feels like right now, based on where you are, there's no reason why you would have to avoid building Runekeeper Dazzler. Again, having that turn meter fill and increase attack on the same ability is so incredibly important to have at least one of those somewhere on your account. And you are a ways out from Arbiter. You're still looking... I mean, I know it's just the end of this path, right? But remember that the big block between you and Arbiter right now is that Great Hall. And so you're going to have to get through a level 7 affinity bonus, level 8, level 9, and level 10 before you can get your Arbiter. And so that's several thousand... Let's see, that's, 15, 24, 3,400 gold medals. Plus the 300 you need to get through level 6, 34. So 3,700 gold medals. So I think the place to focus right now is Arena. All right. See you in 90 days, hopefully with a better account. I hope I see you before then. Stick around, visit, hang out, watch videos. Definitely comment and keep me updated. If you start making progress in Arena or in Faction Crypts, or you have any questions, hit me up in Discord. All right. So that is it for Q here, son. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break just to run to the bathroom and refill my drink. And then we will do. So why don't you get started with another poll, and then by the time you're done with the poll, I should be back.
You've got it.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, everybody. I have reset the wheel. Looks like we're gonna get at least one more in. It's Sunstream time. You got it. You've got it. Hopefully, everybody's having a beautiful day today. It's 4 a.m. Jan, I don't envy you. Either late to bed or early to rise, huh? Right, we still got a whole bunch of folks here. Don't tell Cole, but I'm kind of whooping his behind at the Noob versus Pro. He's getting stomped right now. He's gonna have to catch up. It's gonna be hard. Brogni Geo lead is too strong. Got that Geo luck. I won't forget that for a good long while. Pulling that. We were doing the recording, of course, but I was also live streaming it to him so he could see exactly what I was getting.
All right, how do we do?
Doing good. I'm just giving people a few more minutes to react here. Man asks, how do you guys know each other, son? We met, what is it, like 13 years ago now?
Season 1 of League of Legends, however long ago that was.
It must have been like 13 years. Yeah, we met online in League of Legends. If I remember correctly, I was running around as Garen, absolutely no idea what to do, and then we started playing with each other.
I remember
us doing like Lee Sin Akali or something like that.
I remember you playing Akali.
Yeah, Akali was.
Akali's bad. So this was probably early 2010 then. So almost, yeah, it's gonna be 14 years. And no, you were running around with another friend of ours, L, and you and she met in a game,
right?
And then like she saw me online and we joined up and we started playing. The three of us started playing together. And what I remember at that time was running Lux Xin Zhao bot lane with L, and you running around on Akali.
That sounds about right.
In either top lane or whatever. So that's what I remember. But yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time. We've known each other for a long time. And Jacob asked, what am I averaging right now for clan boss? That's a good question. Because I've been missing out on a lot of my keys. I actually just one keyed Brutal last night out of nowhere, so Brutal's completely done. And on Nightmare, I'm currently hovering around like 15 to 17 million, somewhere around there. But once my fancy new speed tune is done, hopefully we'll get to one key. All right, let's spin the wheel. You ready?
I'm always.
He was born ready. Should have said, I don't know if noob is still appropriate anymore. Time for a rename.
Yeah, what's the next one up? Like, what's up from noob? Not noob.
I'm just going to be not noob. I dig it.
That Hectic?
We've got our winner, Hectic.
Hectic. Congrats.
Hectic.
Amateur. Shooter says, Garen, you disappoint me. It was season 1, Shooter.
It was season 1.
It was season 1. We've been playing for like 5 days.
I still remember I wouldn't buy items. I would just buy pots. Like that's why they still have blue pots and everything. So I'd buy those and be like, look at this! I can have all the mana I want. I'm going to be awesome. And then I get absolutely destroyed and have no idea why. Ah, those were the good old days.
Buying mana pots on Garen, that's always a good call.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't specify that it was on Garen, but might as well have been.
I'm just messing with you. All right, Hectic. Let's get Hectic in here. Yeah, I think that noobish, novice, we've got semi-noob, we've got some options here for your next status designation.
Semi-noob?
Semi-noob. That sounds semi-dirty. I feel like we should go with I don't know. I like noobless.
Well, hold on. Semi-noob sounded dirty, but noobless doesn't sound dirty.
I like that better, though. Yeah, I don't know what the stage up from noob is, because I think people just stop being noobs, and then you're just a player there at that point, you know? And then you're like a veteran, and then you're whatever, you know? The gaming terms have changed over the years.
I'll just take my classic dirty DPS moniker.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is true in Raid 2. I'm just a bunch of DPS, glass cannon.
Yeah, but the dirty DPS thing is like that's regardless of whether you're a noob or not. Like, even when you're a super experienced player, you're still a dirty DPS.
Look, I see numbers, and I like it when they go up, all right? I'm a simple gamer. Simple at heart.
Oh, I've got the info coming in, I think. Blue here says, for League, you go from noob to trash gold player.
True.
All right, let's get going here. Whoops. All right. I just want to say, if you ever had to randomly guess somebody's password, right? Like, I'm not going to give anything away about any passwords here, but I've been seeing a lot of people's passwords since doing takeovers. So if you want to secure your accounts, I would highly suggest people stop using the number 69 in every password. The number 69 pops up in more passwords than I ever could have guessed.
Yeah, use the number 5000 instead.
Yes, right. I heard a joke recently. It's like 69 will now be renamed 96 because the cost of eating out has risen. Something like that. I was like, all right. But yeah, I just think the number 69 the number 69 is I would say it's in half of the passwords I see. All right, looking to advance a bit in Clan Boss and or Arena. I'm one of those I just kind of mindlessly collected and built champions. Okay. Well, you are level 82. Let's look at your daily logins. You are also closing in on Cleopteryx. So cool. So somewhere just after collecting Physics. And it says you've just slapped your best champions into muscle through stuff, and now you've hit the wall. and you play usually on auto. Okay, so you want Arena and you want Clan Boss. Let's take a look at your roster first. Looks like you've got 46, 47, 48 6 stars. Okay. You've got a lot of rare 6 stars. Now, Metal Shaper has a purpose, right? There's a reason why you 6-star Metal Shaper. There's a reason why you Paragon. So it's not like the rares that you've chosen are bad rares. I'm not saying that at all. In fact, they're all good rares. They're all solid rares. But in terms of the number of them, so you've got a lot of them up to 6 stars. You do have Bellower here at 5 stars, who could be a great. Oh, but you have Fellhound, so you don't need Bellower. Okay. Let's see. You've got some really good epics here. I mean, you've got a Inquisitor Shamil, you've got a Doom Priest, Sylar. Here's another rare Renegade that you're running up. There's your Runekeeper Dazdurk. There's your Allure. You got Whisper here. Bargain Isbel. Ooh, you've got a Fenshi. Nice. Oh, and there's a Gear Grinder. That's a little bit of an unusual 6-star. I don't normally see Gear Grinders at 6-star. He does his job very well at 5 stars. But you've got your Orc Faction Crypts Reviver there, and he can also play in some secret rooms. So it's not bad. You got Lady Kimmy here. Got a nice Hitatsu. You've got a Eurogrim. So you've got some good champions for Clan Boss. And since we just did an arena thing, why don't we focus a little bit? Oh, you've got a Duchess. We'll take a quick look at arena, but I'm going to probably focus on Clan Boss. You do have a Warcaster. Let me take a look at your vaults. You got every single one of your legendaries built to 6 stars. Okay. There's your High Katoon. You have a Gorgorab, which is nice. You pulled a 6-star Orange Soul. Nice. Duchess is new to you. You 2-key Nightmare now most days. You definitely have the champions to move on past a 2-key Nightmare. We'll take a look. I don't know if I can speed tune something for you today necessarily, but we might be able to find something. Now, the issue here is, you've got a Warcaster who by himself cannot create an unkillable composition. Which is why I'm sort of looking to see if you have a second Warcaster or a Demitha or something. Do you have a Skull Crusher? I don't see a Skull Crusher either. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a look. Aox the Remember. I mean, one of the things we're going to have to see is who is booked and who is masteried. And I don't know all of your champions here. Like Kutraxa is not a champion that I've pulled on any account here. So you do have Lanathero. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay. I like Lanathero quite a bit. All right, so let's see. Let's look at your arena team. All right, you are in silver 3. All right, I'll take a look at that in just a sec. I want to see if we can figure out a silver arena team for you. Okay, so this is not uncommon, right? You bring in a lot of really good champions. Like you have these champions built, you bring them in. Let's look at your Rhonda here. How's she built? She's fully booked, so that's great. She's not fully masteried yet, which you would definitely want for her to be in arena. You have your Whisper, who is fully built. We're running decently fast there. Rhonda's a little bit slow. Fargo and Isabel is very slow to be in arena. How's your Apothecary? He's pretty slow. Stag Knight's decently fast at 197. Rhonda, Wukong, Elhain, and Sil. Okay, that's your team. Elhain is running at 220. Wukong is running at 194, and he doesn't have a banner yet. So when you get him fully ascended, he's going to get faster. You do have a Deacon. You do have a Genbo. You have a High Katoon here at 187. And you have this Gorgorab. You've got a beautiful go first team potentially here. I'll show you the team that I would build. Whew. You are full up. Okay. So this is the team that is your actual team. All right. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to clear one up here. Actually, let me you got Duchess. And Duchess is such a I sometimes forget about Duchess because I don't have a Duchess. And she is fully booked. Okay. Yeah, you've got some nice options here. All right, so I'm gonna start off simply, and then I'm probably gonna give you at least 2 teams, maybe 3 teams for arena real quickly. I'm not gonna build any of them, I don't think, because I want to get over to your clan boss team. But we're just gonna kind of go through this real fast. So, oops, it doesn't matter there. All right, let's go ahead and do this team. So I think that Wukong is probably your best speed or a lead, right? And he's a great champion in Arena. He hits hard and he does the buff strip. So I think this is great. You probably want to key around him. If you don't key around him, you're going to want to key around Duchess. Like those are your two leads, right? He's going to be your offensive go first lead. She's going to be your more tanky, keep them alive, like outlast them lead. So if you're going to go with a Wukong, remember what he's bringing. He's bringing a buff removal. So remember where you want him in the turn order. But these are the champions that I think you should place with Wukong. I think that you should have Gorgorab next. Now, Gorgorab is a mini Arbiter. He's actually the perfect mini Arbiter. I was talking about Runekeeper Dazzdark as a mini Arbiter. Gorgorab is actually the better mini Arbiter in some ways, because he brings a speed aura, he brings a revive as well, just like Arbiter does. So he does what Arbiter does, he just does it a little bit slower. He's a little bit slower, his aura is a little bit slower, his turn meter fills a little bit less. So, you know, Runekeeper Dazzdark can fit in here now because you're running Wukong's aura, but before that, like you wanted Gorgorab's aura, I think it's 23%, which is like the second highest epic aura for Arena. So it's actually a nice aura Arena. Now, Arena aura. You can use him in 3v3 later, so you can use these two guys as speed leads. So he's really good in this team. So he's bringing your turn meter fill and increase attack. Now, in addition to that, you've got Deacon Armstrong. Now, I was talking about this last week or the week before. He's the only champion in the game, the only one that can bring you turn meter fill and decrease defense and land them on the same turn. They're not on the same skill. There's nobody that has them on the same skill. But he actually has them on two different skills, but he has the extra turn mechanic. So right now what you have is you have two turn meter fillers, you have an increased attack, and you have a decreased defense, and you have a buff strip. That's everything you need for an awesome go first Arena team. Now, behind this, you can put a lot of different champions. Right now, you're going to start with Rhonda, right? Because she's booked, she's built, she's fast, she hits hard. So this is a great go first Arena team. But again, just like I was talking about on the last account, I would probably move towards Genbo for a couple of reasons. One is because he overall he won't weak hit, so he's a little bit more flexible. You can also build him with 70% crit rate, which is going to allow you to get his damage up. And he doesn't have as much value sort of as a niche champion. He's either your arena nuker or he's not. Whereas Rhonda actually has more value as a niche champion. So you can bring her into specific teams when you want to use her block passives or block active skills. And you can also use her in, you know, PvE content where you wouldn't use Genbo. But you're not going to want to use her into force affinity targets, right? Because she'll weak hit. So Genbo doesn't have that problem. He also ignores defense. I'm sorry, not ignores defense. He ignores unkillable. So you can bring him up against Leorius. You can bring him up against, I'm trying to think of, you know, like Skullcrown. Anybody who gets an unkillable buff. He also, the great thing is he ignores, what's a Swift Parry? Is it Swift Parry that gives you the 50% chance of an unkillable buff? So he can ignore that buff as well. So he just ignores Swift Parry. So this is a great go first Arena team. Again, you're going to want to speed tune it. So let's take a look where they are in terms of speed. Here, you would probably want Gorgorab as your fastest champion. And he doesn't have the fastest base speed. I think his speed is like 96 or 94 even. He's a bit slower, whereas Deacon is, I think he's like 104. So it might be hard to get Gorgorab to be your fastest champion. If he's not your fastest champion, you want Deacon to be your fastest champion. And that's fine. It doesn't matter if Deacon's faster than Gorgorab. The reason you want Gorgorab faster is because he fills the turn meter of all allies by 15% and places the increased attack buff. And then when Deacon uses his decreased defense, he does damage based on attack. So if he's buffed, he's going to do a little bit more damage on that sweeping retribution. And that's just a more optimal way to distribute the damage. But they're both doing a 15% turn meter increase. Now, there could be a reason why you'd want Deacon Armstrong to run faster, and it's that his time compression is not just a turn meter fill, it's also a turn meter decrease on enemies. So if you get his accuracy higher, he's actually more valuable in terms of the turn meter fill, because he actually is more likely to keep your team connected than Gorgorab is. But if you're properly speed tuned, it doesn't matter who goes first, and Gorgorab would give you a little bit more damage if you did that sequence. Sun Wukong needs to be your third fastest champion. Right now, he's way faster. And then Genbo would be your slowest champion. And again, you can do the little calculator trick in order to figure out the speeds that you need. Now, the one downside of this combo of Gorgorab and Deacon Armstrong is that they're both only 15% turn meter fillers. So you need to speed tune with only a maximum of 30% difference between your slowest champion and your fastest champion. When you run somebody like Runekeeper Dazdirk, you get that extra 10%. He does a 25% turn meter fill. And so that spreads your speeds out a little bit more. But this would be a very good go first team. It gives you everything you want: increase attack, decrease defense, turn meter fill, turn meter drop, buff strip, block debuffs, damage, and then ignore unkillable. Like, it's crazy good. It's crazy good. And remember also Genbo, he brings that increased crit rate and increased crit damage for himself. So, again, you can build him 70%. He's also got this thing where he can steal increased attack buffs. And that can't be resisted, so that can actually be useful against some other champions sometimes if you don't, win on the first round. Build Gorgorab super tanky. Build him tanky and fast, right? He doesn't need accuracy. You don't care about his removing random buffs. You just want him tanky and fast, because if everybody gets nuked out, you can potentially revive everybody with your Gorgorab, just like you can with Arbiter. So I think that's one team that you can run. Now, another team that you could run, let's go down here, is you can focus around Duchess instead. Now, Duchess is so strong. It would be hard for me to not recommend you do this first. It's not necessarily a go first team, but it's a more of a flex team. Like, she is a speed lead. You do not need to have her as the lead if you don't care about the extra speed. I think she's 19% in all battles. So we'll take a look at that real quick. Is that? It's her passive. It's her aura. We can't see it. I think it's 19% in all battles. But so now you can think about, like, who do you put on a team with her, right? Because what she does is she's going to give you this. It's this one. So she opens with her A2. She puts an increased attack buff on all allies for 2 turns and a perfect veil on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. Now, she's the only one that can be attacked. So she needs to be the fastest champion on your team, and she opens with that A2. Okay. Now, she's also the reviver, so she needs to be extremely tanky, because either they're going to try to kill her and they won't be able to hit everybody else, so you can just nuke them out with the rest of your team, or she ends up surviving and just bringing people back all the time. So build her fast, build her super tanky. You don't care about accuracy. She doesn't need any accuracy, right? She just needs tankiness and speed. Decreases the damage taken by allies from AoE attacks by 25%. So she really keeps your team really survivable. I would probably still put Wukong in this team, but he might be like your primary damage dealer. You could also go with Stultus. Right now, Stultus doesn't benefit from the increased attack that Duchess brings, but he's really tanky on his own, so you could potentially bring him in. You could also bring Lady Kimmy in for like a decreased speed, but she also has removes 1 random buff from each enemy, and then has this chance of placing block buffs. So she and Wukong overlap here. I wouldn't put them on the same team. They are different affinities, but whatever. So, now you're looking for tankiness. If you wanted to do something vicious, you could do something like, I don't know, you could do something like that. Or you can put Rhonda in this team. You could do this, right? And so now you've got Lanatharil, who's, procking extra A1s. He's giving extra shields, and then Wukong, doesn't matter if he dies, he comes back. And so you have this. If you went with something if you went with something like this, now this is a crazy combo, and you see some stuff like this sometimes, which is like, forget Lanatharil here. It doesn't matter who the 4th is. It could be that. Duchess is putting veil on everybody, which means she has to be killed or the veil has to be removed. So if she gets killed, Scylla the Drakes is there to bring Duchess back. That's the whole purpose of Scylla the Drake. She's just there to keep everybody alive. And if Duchess dies, bring Duchess back. And then Duchess can bring everybody back. So a lot of people run Duchess with a second reviver who basically hides behind Duchess and then brings Duchess back, and Duchess keeps everybody rolling again. You could also go with, you could like even go further with this kind of scenario where you go, let's see if you had, yeah, you could do that. And then you've got heals, like even more heals, or you could go. No, I mean, one of these two champions, or, you know, you could even do something ridiculously irritating. The thing about it for you, if you're on offense, is that this team is going to be very slow. So if you're up against a team that has revivers, you might struggle with this. So in that case, you know, you might want to go with a champion, like another champion, a second champion that does more damage so that you can burn through the enemy team a little bit faster. But again, you could go something like this. You do have an increased attack on Duchess, so you want to think about that. If you want to bring a defensive-based damage dealer, you might want an increased defense champion. And again, you could also bring your debuffer. This is decreased attack and decreased defense, so that's good. Or, you know, you could bring Deacon back. He's got the decreased defense. And then you have your increased attack, your decreased defense. You know, here you have your buff strip, and then here you have your second reviver. This is a nice combo. So you could use this. And in this case, remember that Wukong is your primary damage dealer, so you're going to want him not just built with accuracy, but built with 100% crit rate and as much crit damage as you can get on him. So this could be like really stat intensive for Wukong. He would have to have your best gear out there. Or, you know, you can go this. You could do something like this. This is totally viable in Arena. It's highly annoying, and it works. It just takes a while, and when you're on offense, that's not always the best way to go. So the nice thing about, you're talking about being a full auto player, you know, this team here is your full auto team. This is the team you just pick it, and if you win the speed battle, you win, and you just let it go. You know, whereas this one, like, you could also full auto it, but it could be a 3 or 4, 6 minute battle before you win, you know. So you want to think about, like, but the nice thing about this is you want to think about, like, who fits in that fourth spot. You could bring damage dealers. You could potentially pull 2 champions out, bring in 2 damage dealers, do something like that. And it will still work really well. Again, 2 champions that are attack based who benefit from the increased attack. In this case, you don't have a drop defense or anything like that. So you're just bringing 2 damage dealers in to try to slam through your enemy. So, you know, this is also totally viable, or this would be great. This really brings a lot of what you need. This team right here is probably the best version of this team that I can think of based on the champions that you have. But I do love Lenathril. I do love Lenathril, and you could bring him in here too as well. Potentially you could do something like this. Or even better, do this. Right? Because then you're getting the A1 from Rhonda on the counter attack and on the ally attack. So that could be brutal. You know, but I think the best version probably is, oh, actually, probably something like that. Wukong would get you a faster speed aura. So, and you got 3 very tanky champions. So as long as your Duchess is your fastest champion, Wukong's going to be covered. And remember, it doesn't matter if Wukong dies. Who cares? Like, look at all the revival here. You got basically 3 revivals. The only person who's at risk is Deacon Armstrong, who's supposed to be built tanky anyway, and accurate. You know, buff strip, drop defense, increase attack, stun AoE. You got a slow. You got 2 revivers. You got a passive revive. This would be incredibly. If you put this on defense, I would never play against it. I would never play against this team. Screw this team. I hate this team. Don't make this team. Don't make this team. I'm gonna erase this team. Don't make this team. Don't make that team. Make a different team. Make a different team. No, that's a very good team. And there's a chance that this team here will get you further than the go first team, the team up here. Like this team will win more battles than this team up here. This team will be faster. Team 2 will be faster. Team 5 will be slower, but will probably win more battles. Right? And then once you get to gold 4 or gold 5, team 2 will be the better team again. Right? So to climb, team 5 will be stronger. But team 2 will be what you want to run at gold 5. Okay. So that's enough for arena there. Let's go over to clan boss. All right, so you've got 45 million here on 2 keys. All right, so you're 2 keying pretty comfortably. And you don't have an unkillable team. And let's look at your team. Oh, we don't have a key. I'm looking at your team now. It's Artak, Sill of the Drakes. Okay. Is this team speed tuned? I'm assuming it's speed tuned because in order to get a 2 key out of that team, I can use the maybe you have a key in here. Oh, look at all those arena tokens. Wow. Wow. I've never seen so many arena tokens in my life. All right. You hate arena so much. Yeah. It's not speed tuned. Okay. Arena is boring when it's slow. Yeah. I mean, you have good champions. You should be able to get there, you know. All right. So I'm gonna do hey, I'm gonna actually use the new HH premium. We're gonna pull the optimizer out. I actually did purchase finally. Thank you to Neothin. I purchased the premium version of the HH optimizer. Oh, I need to update it. So if anybody here was watching, I think it was it 2 weeks ago or was it just last week? I don't even remember. Son, do you remember? I think it was only a week ago. I did a takeover.
Wasn't that long ago. I know that.
I did a takeover. The person we did the takeover very generously gave me a nice tip for the takeover and said, hey, go and get that HH premium optimizer. And then I forgot to do it for like a week because I was super busy. But I have gotten it. All right, so let's go and look at the website here.
Yeah, it was exactly 2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, so we're going to look at the clan boss, Ultra Nightmare. We're going to find a team. Okay. Wait a second. Yeah, okay, Ultra Nightmare. Oh, it says it right here, Ultra Nightmare. Okay, so this is a 38 million damage 1 key for Ultra Nightmare. That doesn't look like a speed tune, though. Maybe it is. It's got a Renegade. It's probably a speed tune. That's kind of an interesting speed tune. Why would you... You're using Warcaster on the 2 AoEs, maybe? Renegade is resetting Warcaster. Let's look at this. Yay, so here's the premium version. Proof that we're actually using the premium version here. Okay, so Renegade So this is not a fully booked out Renegade. It's also a 6-turn cooldown Renegade. Warcaster. Okay. That's kind of cool. Can you see all of them? Yeah, you can. Okay. I've never actually done this before, so. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. I'm curious to see if this. I want to plug this into the calculator. All right, so let me shrink myself down again. All right, so we're actually going to do. So this is. I think it's in this order. I think Deacon has to be the lead here, right? Okay, so let's see. The Deacon ran at 228. We're going to put Deacon up front. Got to put the speed aura in of 19%, and then running Deacon at 228. Let's see. We got to put in the gear too. Do we have the gear on this champion? We do. It's 1 perception and 1 accuracy set. Okay, so oops. 1 perception. And lore of steel? No lore of steel. Okay, so perception. All right, so now our next one is Razin Scarhide at 201. Also running perception. Razin at 201. We're running perception and no. Okay. Razin. Put it in here. 201. 1 set of perception. Okay, third one is Feign at 195. And that was a speed and a perception and lore of steel, I think, right? Yep. And then we've got Warcaster at 285. In 3 speed sets, 2 speed sets. And no steel. Okay. And then we've got the last champion is Renegade. Who is running at 254 in a speed set. Lore of Steel? No. Okay, now quickly, we've got to change the books here. So everybody's fully booked. Warcaster's Invincible Aura is fully booked. So the only thing that we have to worry about here is that Sacrificial Ritual is not booked out. So that's on a 6-turn cooldown. And then what's used first? Time Compression is used first. And Invincible Aura is used first.
People are saying Feign's speed is wrong.
249. Oh, way up. Thank you for catching that. I don't know why. I think I saw the crit damage and put in 195. All right, so 249. And I just want to make sure, is anything prioritized differently? It doesn't look like it. Like Sheer should start off, right? Does he turn off? Yeah, he's turning off Razin. So we're going to just turn this off. We don't care about that. That's fine. Feign is fine. We're turning off Sealing Strike, which is... It doesn't matter. And then we're opening with Sacrificial Ritual, which, yeah, that should happen anyway, right? The A3. Yeah, okay. This isn't a tune. Can anybody find any mistakes? Because this is not a tune. Let's see. 201, 228, 201, 249, 285, and 254. This is 6. Let's double check Renegade. All right, so Renegade's A3. Here it says 2 out of 3 books on Renegade's A3, but there are only 2 books on Renegade's A3. So if we look at the website, right, this is the A3, only has 2 books. It's called Sacrificial Ritual. And if we look at the website, and it says Sacrificial Ritual, books 2 out of 3. There are not 3 books. So it must be that it's fully booked and it's on a 5-turn cooldown. It's still not a tune.
Some things I'm seeing are oh shoot, I lost it now. Could be potential haul speed bonuses for clan boss that could mess things up. Choose the last 30 days because any time could be before one of the champions got nerfed. I guess that's for looking for a tune.
Yeah, I mean, none of these champions have been changed in the last 30 days. So that I'm not so worried about. But you're right that it could be an area bonus. The other thing that could potentially be happening, I'm pretty...
Also said to put in a Renegade's like a skill priority, because maybe that could be messing things up.
The skill priority is okay. But it's the A3 first. And then Lash Out second, which is the way it should be anyway. The only thing I can think of is this team... Let's go back for a second. This could potentially be the speeds that they're running at with the aura. So maybe...
So they're saying from the battles from any time. They say that you want to change that to last 30. Because any time means that this speed tune could be 4 years old or something. I'm guessing.
Well, it would have to be in the optimizer. The optimizer isn't 4 years old.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out a random number there.
Yeah. I think I think what it is I think this 19% is...
He gave an explanation on the 2 to 3 thing. So that means base level plus 1 book. So base level is 1, 2 out of 3 is 1 book, I guess.
So it is a 6-turn cooldown.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I took away the speed aura. But it doesn't tune there either. So this just may not be a tune. Or again, there may be a tune that includes speeds from an area bonus. Yeah, so I mean it doesn't feel like a tune to me. It feels like this is just something somebody was working on and it happened to work kind of to a point. But I could be wrong. It could also be that I don't know the optimizer well enough here. But so let's go ahead and reset the filter, and we're going to go last 30 days, and we're looking for boss damage, and we're going to apply the filter. Let's see what happens. That can't be right. There can't be no teams. I have to apply it here. Yeah, okay. So here we've got 17 million on a key. Yeah, so this is, I just don't think anybody has unlocked it yet with these champions, but there are definitely speed tunes here that could work. So what I would probably do is, let's go back to here, and we want to look for speed tunes. Let me look at the roster just one last time. All right, we have a buff extension here and heals, but this buff extension is really good. All right, so we've got a buff extension there. Lanathril has the ally attack and the shields and crit damage buff. So if let's see, what is Whisper? All right, so if we were going to bring in Whisper, bringing in Lanathril with Whisper would make a lot of sense, right? Because then you're getting extra attacks. She's got more chances to land her A1. And obviously she's getting the extra crit damage as well from his A3, which is the ally attack. And that boosts her damage because she's doing direct damage. So increased crit damage is important for her. If you're bringing a poisoner, it's a little bit less important to bring in an ally attacker. Although we have Frozen Banshee, who gets additional poisons on her A1 if the poison sensitivity is up, and she does have Phantom Touch, and obviously extra attacks means more War Master procs and stuff like that. So we could still bring in an ally attacker in there, but I think the synergy between Lanathril and Whisper is higher. Now, if we're talking about buffs and debuffs, right? Whisper brings in the weaken and the decreased defense. We don't have a decreased attack. So let's look for a decreased attack champion. Now, I know we have Stagnite, but let's see who else is out there. So we're looking for debuffs. We want decreased attack. And we can even... Now, Taragi the Frog is Ally Protect champion. We have an HP burner. Now, the ally attack here actually makes some sense because it extends HP burns, which gives you more chances to activate it. Taragi the Frog makes sense with the ally attack because the decreased attack is on the A1. Aox has a poison on the A1. and a decrease attack on the A3. Also the buff extension, debuff extension. You have Fane down here, who is great. You have Suai, who is great. Oh, we've got Hatatsu. These two guys can work really well together. What if we did... This is just me speculating now. I don't want to get in there. Let's, whatever. No, this is 4. It's got to be clan boss, right? Because it's got to be 5. Okay. All right. What if we did... I'm trying to think of some combination. I don't think we're going to get Lanathril in. I'm looking for that decrease attack, and right now it's only on Haragi the Frog. So if we brought this in instead, then the question is, would the leech in combination with the continuous heals be enough? And I actually kind of like this. But I don't know what kind of damage we would see out of it. But so if we looked at this, right, we'd have the Duchess of Litu for the speed aura if we needed it, which would help us get to the speeds that we needed. But she would have the block debuffs. And that is on, it's on a 4-turn cooldown. I thought it was on a 3. All right, so in that case, we would absolutely have to have... That's fine. That's not a problem. We just run her a little faster, right? Because if she can get the block debuffs up at the bottom of turn 2, like before the AoE 2, then she can potentially let us go affinity friendly. We would just not have the increase attack there for that's fine. That's not a huge deal. So the problem is the perfect veil. This is also on a 4-turn. Interesting. Okay. Hitatsu brings a leech, which we're going to want. He brings a decrease attack, which is great because we're going to have 2 decrease attacks. Unfortunately, they're the same affinity, which is problematic. Increased defense and continuous heals, and then he can potentially remove the stun, which means you're going to want him earlier in the turn order than Taragi, so he can potentially take the stun. But again, if Duchess will lead to speed tunes, then we don't need to worry about the stun. Taragi the Frog brings the ally protection. He also brings a poison. And then he's got decreased attack on his A1. We've got the weaken on the A1. We've got the decreased defense. Where's the decreased defense? Oh, she doesn't bring a decreased defense. She just brings a weaken. So we don't have a decreased defense. All right, now it's not hugely critical to have a decreased defense with Whisper because she's ignoring defense on her A2, but we still want everybody to hit harder. So let's see if we can find a decreased defense. That's a buff removal, which is not bad. That's another decreased attack, and it's on a different affinity. This A1's better, though. That's also a different affinity. Yeah, the question is, I mean, if you pull a Nathril out of the team, you lose the shields and the ally attack. But maybe that's not critical. I really want to keep the Nathril in the team if possible, but it feels like maybe we do this instead. And you're relying on Hitatsu and the leech to keep you fully healthy, but that leech might be enough. We don't have a buff extension here. Now, with the decreased attack, we lost the increased defense. Would it matter? If we brought in, I'm thinking about bringing in Godseeker Aniri here for more heals, and she also has the buff extension, which means you can keep the ally protection up 100% of the time. And she's already level 60, so you don't have to level out Hitatsu. You could also keep the perfect veil up 100% of the time. Basically. And it gives you more flexibility with the block debuff buff. But no, that's my... I'm losing decrease attack there. See if there's any other champions that can remove buffs. So that's a negative effect. And it's remove buffs. I'm thinking we want to remove the increased attack. So that makes Razin the best call there. I think the problem is, this is always the tricky part when you start getting into this stuff, is that we can't fit everything in, right? So we still have 2 decrease attack champions. We still have 2 decrease attack champions, but now we have 2 weaken. We have 2 weakened champions. Her weakens on the A1, which does reduce Razin's, like we're basically bringing him in for decreased defense then. And well, no, and the buff removal. Here we're getting some poisons out. We're losing our ally attack. Kind of an interesting tune. It might last a very long time. They might survive for a very long time. All right, so let's save this and see if we can't find a speed tune to make this work, just to see, because this could potentially last like maybe even more than 50 turns, depending on the gear, because you got 3 of the defensive mitigations. Actually, you have 4, because Duchess's passive reduces the damage everybody takes from an AoE. So you have increased defense, perfect veil, ally protect, decrease attack, and Duchess's passive. 5 ways to improve your chances of surviving. This could go a very long time. You also have a chance to remove the boss's increase attack. So we have to time that, make sure Razin actually does that at the right time. So that also improves your chance of survivability. And then we have some continuous heals, and we have a leech out. What we don't have here is we don't have shields, we don't have strengthen. We don't have yeah, we don't have a ton of poisons or HP burns or anything like that. We don't have a ton of heals, but this could work. So let's go to the website. Now the question is, how do we speed tune this? Because this is based off a 1-to-1 ratio team. There's no turn meter fill, there's no speed boost. So let's just jump into the calculator. All right, let's go ahead and put the 19% speed aura here. We're going to make Duchess the lead. And then next would probably be Hatatsu. because we want him to take the stun if he can. And then it's going to be, it doesn't matter, Taragi or Razin, I guess. Let's put Razin here. And then we'll put Taragi the Frog down here. And then we'll put Whisper at the back. And she should never be the stun target because she's always going to be neutral affinity. And we have every affinity. So there will always be a weak affinity champion there, which is nice. So she's never going to be the target. Now, in terms of speeds, why do we have, oh, okay. So let's go ahead and just start with a basic speed tune. So we're going to start at just over 190. And we're going to see, let's just make this, let's just go 200. Okay. Now their speeds are different because of the speed aura. So here's the thing. The first thing we need to do is we really need to figure out Duchess and Taragi. Those are the two that matter. Everybody else will be worked around Duchess and Taragi. Now, Duchess needs to go, Hatatsu's going 4 times. He's going 4 times here. He's going 4 times here. Now he's going 1-1. Now he's going 4 times. Okay, so this doesn't tune. So maybe we're too fast here. Get this a little bit slower. Oh, 191. Okay, there we go. There we've got a 1-to-1 speed tune. Something happened there where we were going a little bit too fast. Okay. So now here's the thing. We need to get Duchess. She has a 4-turn cooldown on her A2, which needs to be the highest priority. So we're going to change that. We want her A2 to go off because we want the block debuffs to go off at the right time. And then we need her to be running 4 to 3. So we need to speed her up. So we're going to run her faster. We're going to see where we can get to a 4 to 3. I think she's the only one that needs to run at a 4 to 3. Do we have to run Hatatsu at a 4 to 3? Let me double check. Hatatsu's cooldowns. Let's look at Hatatsu's cooldown. This will be on a 3-turn cooldown. This will be on a 3-turn cooldown. That's on no cooldown. So no, he's fine at 1-to-1. So I think the only person who needs to run at 4 to 3 is Duchess. All right, so this is staying this way, but it's not tuned. This is the same every time. No, it's not. All right, so we might need to get somebody else faster or somebody else slower, potentially. We could run Razin at whatever speed we like. I'm going to look to see if there are... We could run Whisper at 4 to 3. That would also be good. We just have to make sure that the ally protection goes up at the right time. There are some 4-3 speed tunes here. Okay, so let's see. So these 3 champions, various speed ranges for 3 champions running at a 4 to 3 ratio, which is what we can do. But the block debuffer would have to be the 172. And it'd probably have to be on a 3-turn cooldown, I'm assuming. But let's just take a look at this and see what this looks like. Yeah, so what would happen here is assume for a second that Skull Crusher, see, because Skull Crusher is at the bottom of the second column. Assume that was, oh no, that's one of the champions that goes 1-to-1. So this doesn't work. It would have to be Feign. It doesn't work without a buff extension. Okay. Let's get rid of that one. So that's this first one. Let's look at the second one here. All right, let's take a look at this one. First, last after stun. First, last after AoE. 1. First, last after AoE 2. I think this is the one that we need. Or this one or this one. So this would put, yep, a 4-turn champion at the bottom here. What about this one? So the trick that I'm seeing here, like I'm trying to find a tune that allows me to put Duchess at the bottom of the second column. And the reason that you want to do that is that would be the place where she activates her block debuffs buff. And it has to be up for 2 turns. It's only up for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. So what that means is that, let me just double check that. So it's up for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. So it's only going to be applied to the champions for 2 turns. Which means that if anybody goes twice in the second column, they're going to lose the block debuffs buff. Now, that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if it's not going to be the stun target. The only one that we know could not be the stun target would be Whisper. So potentially, if we make this champion, Duchess, and we make this champion Whisper, she doesn't have to have the block debuffs on the bottom of this turn because she's not going to be the target, and block debuffs does not change the stun targeting. But she would lose the perfect veil because it's on the same skill, right? Is it on the same skill? It's on the same skill. So then she would have to be, Duchess would have to be the target. And if Duchess is strong affinity, then Whisper's going to get hit because she's going to lose the perfect veil. So what we need is everybody basically to nobody else can go twice in column 3. We need a situation where nobody goes twice in column 3. Here we go. This is better. Go twice in column 1, that's fine, I think. So this would be, everybody goes once in column 3. So again, if we made Duchess here, Duchess, I can spell. All right. So now if her A2 goes off at the bottom here, everybody's covered with perfect veil and block debuffs. Okay. We lose that perfect veil on the A1, don't we? Without the buff extension? Without the buff extension, we lose the perfect veil on the A1. But we can maybe we can stagger the buffs. Maybe we can stagger the buffs. Okay, so there is somebody else going 4 time. Now, Taragi the Frog's ally protection is on a 3-turn cooldown, but we haven't booked it yet. We could book it down to 4 turns. We actually do get a shield from Taragi. I forgot about that. Okay, so what we would like to do here is we'd like to have the ally protect up for both AoEs. But now Duchess is going twice here anyway. I think without a buff extension, we can't do it. Not with this tune anyway. Unless we slowed down Taragi. So unless Duchess is the only 4-3 champ. I want to see if there's a tune with one champion at 4-3. Is this someone at a 5-3? Yeah, it's a 5-3, 1-4-3. This is one. So that's not going to work either. To manually find a 4-3 can be tricky. I mean, you can do it. Yeah, see, this has 2. These are similar to the speeds I found on my own. I think there's a way to actually do this. That becomes a 1-1, doesn't it? Hmm. I think this is probably 2-4-2. Well, 1, 2. Yeah.
If it helps, Cole, Shooter did some looks like some troubleshooting in the chat. He said that Warcaster comp that you were looking at before.
Mm-hmm.
The guy apparently had 1 speed in his clan bus hall, and it tuned when that was accounted for.
Ah, okay. And what's the tune look like? Is it unkillable on turns 1 and 2, but then the stun is not unkillable?
That is what he said. Was a 2/1 speed tune with block damage on the AoEs.
Yeah. I want to make this work. So let's do this without champions. So yeah, let's just do this without champions. I feel like there's a relatively easy tune I've used before, but I just don't remember what the speeds were. Okay. So it's definitely something like with 2 champions below, I think. I think it was something like this. And then yeah. Maybe in the 250s. There we go. That tune's here on turn 5. You get blue going 4 times. Always at the bottom of the middle turn. And then all of these are repetitions. The question is, would it be Spirit Affinity friendly? Probably not. Probably not, because I mean, we'll have to see. Depends who the stun lands on. But this could be 3 affinities. How slow can we go with this person? Not that slow. And how fast could we make the other people? Yeah, that doesn't matter. It just changes the order a little bit. But so there's some flexibility here. So we could do something like this. Now, what would be interesting here is based on this, because these speeds are not high, rather than putting Duchess as the lead, we could make Hitatsu the lead. Now, he wouldn't be the fastest champion, sorry. But I'm going to put him up here as the lead. So we'll make him 200. And then Duchess could be... And the reason that we would do this is because if we're not having trouble reaching the speeds and we don't need the speed aura, Hitatsu actually gives increased defense, which would improve our overall survivability in the long run. So now Duchess is the purple champion. She's on a 4-turn cooldown. Let's see. We want to prioritize her A2. And we want it to be there. Right? Because I don't think... Actually, no, we could do it the other way around. We can prioritize it the other way around. It doesn't matter how we prioritize it because they're both on 4-turn cooldowns. We just need to get it to land in the right spot. What do we want her A2 there, right? We want her A2 there. Yeah, so if she opens with her A1 and then she prioritizes her A3, she'll use her A2 at the bottom of every turn. Now that won't be affinity friendly. That won't be good for Spirit Affinity. Although potentially we could see what happens in Spirit and it might tune anyway. And it looks like it does. It tunes anyway. So it could be affinity friendly. All right, so let's do this. So now we've got her at the bottom, right, with her A2, which is the Perfect Veil. Everybody will have Perfect Veil up for the stun and for AoE2, and the stun and the block buffs up for that. Now what we need to do is we need to get Taragi the Frog's... So we need to get him in the right spot. So it looks like we want him in the... It looks like we want him in the green spot. So we want Taragi the Frog here. And he is going to open with his Ally Protect, which is at the bottom of the first column. And so everybody will have the Ally Protect up, except Duchess Lilitu, who also won't have the Perfect Veil, because she goes twice. That's where that buff extender comes in. But let's do this anyway. Let's just work this out because I got to go have dinner. But so let's do this. All right, so Taragi the Frog is there. And then that means we want, let's say, Whisper can be... Do we care where... Do we care where Hitatsu is in the order? He needs his increased defense up on the AoEs. Yeah. Yeah, this only works with the buff extender. This only works with the buff extender. So let me just take a quick look here. All right. Yeah, so it's gotta be Godseeker and Eerie. All right, down. We need the other speed tune. No, it's on a 3-turn cooldown. Okay, good. Gosh, that would be so annoying. All right. I think we actually want her here. I think this is... Yeah, it's going to be close to perfect, but I don't think it's going to be perfect. So then we want, I think this is Whisper. And then this is Hitatsu. Now again, you put Hitatsu in as the lead. But I think what you want here is for Godseeker to use her A2, which is her buff extension. We can turn off her A3. Doesn't matter. But I think we want her to use it here. We used it here. No, we could use it there. That would be fine. Yeah, right? No, because then we wouldn't get Duchess's. We did that, and then we delayed Hitatsu's increased defense. Hitatsu's increased defense is on his A2, I think. No, it's on his A3. A3. All right, so if we look at it this way, Taragi the Frog puts up his ally protect here at the bottom of turn 1. Duchess puts her block debuffs and all that at the bottom of turn 2. Now she's going to lose the ally protect. So she's actually at threat at the bottom of turn 2. So we got to figure out if we can fix that or not. Now over here, if Hitatsu puts up his increased defense right here, you can see it's green in the 3rd column, and then Godseeker extends it. That means it's going to be up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, and everybody will have it up all the way through. So it'll be up for the stun. We don't care about it being up for the stun. That's not as important as it being up for Duchess here, I think. So maybe we want Hitatsu to just use his A3 there instead. So now Duchess would have the increased defense. Taragi the Frog would have everything here. Let's see. Yeah. So everybody would have the perfect veil up. Taragi's shield up. The ally protect up. All of that would be up there. And then at the bottom of this turn, Duchess Lilitu would put back everything. So the perfect veil would go up again. But now everybody has the perfect veil up for all 3 hits. And Duchess has the increased attack. She's never going to have the ally protect. Unless we move the ally protect. And can we move the ally protect? If we move the ally protect to turn 2 and it gets extended, it'll be up for all 3 turns, right? And Duchess is still going 3 times after that. So there's no way to get her the ally protect for both AoEs. Now, if she puts up the perfect veil on turn 3, then we can make her... Actually, we can make her the stun target. We know that she's going to be the stun target, right? Because she's got the perfect veil up. So we want the ally protect up for the stun. It's up. And we want the increased defense up, and it's up. So I think that's the tune. I think this is the tune. You've got heals from Godseeker and Neri that will go primarily to Duchess. I don't think anybody else is going to be taking much in the way of damage. Hitatsu will be giving everybody increased defense, and the Leech will be out there. Plus, we'll have the continuous heals. Whisper is the primary damage dealer, but Taragi the Frog's bringing poison, and then everybody's bringing. So this is a tune. This is a tune. The question is, how much damage does this tune do? And I have no answer for that right now. But this is a cool tune. I like this tune. It's basically a 1-to-1 with a slightly faster Duchess, right? Who's going 4-to-3 in order to keep that ally protect up. I'm sorry, not the ally protect. The block debuffs buff up at the right time every time. I don't know that this gets significantly better than what you've got. You've got a 2-key Nightmare team. So could this get 1-key Nightmare team? Potentially. The cool thing about this tune is that you can use this with anybody. Like if you check these speeds, right? Like you can use this as a 1 champion 4v3 and everybody else is at a 1-to-1. So you could bring in Lenathril for this. You could bring in Frozen Banshee for this. You could bring in, like, anybody can come in with Duchess Lilitu on this. The only thing that you really want here with Duchess is you want that Godseeker Aniri to extend the buffs. So if you didn't want to go with, you know, these particular champions, like if you have a different ally protection champion you want to run, you could potentially run a different ally protect champion, depending on how long the cooldowns are. So, you know, potentially you could run with Miscreated Monster. Now, Vergis is kind of interesting. Vergis would actually change things because he has a an increased speed buff. Captain Tamila has an increased defense on her own, but this is on a 4-turn cooldown, this ally protection. So that's not going to work. You need a 3-turn cooldown. Miscreated Monster is actually a 3-turn uptime on a 4-turn cooldown, 3-turn ally protect. So that wouldn't work either. You'd have to run him at a 4-to-3. But if you wanted to speed him up to get him at a 4-to-3, that could work. But yeah, it feels like Taragi the Frog would run the best here based on what you've got. So let's go ahead and put that in as a team. Now, what are you running? What did you get for Nightmare? Is this Nightmare? That's you? Is that you at the 45 million? Yeah. So this team does feel like it could do more than 45 million. But again, you could experiment with the DPS that you bring in here. You could bring in a Frozen Banshee. You could also mess around with like the affinity. Like the nice thing about Whispers, that because she's void affinity, she works everywhere. You know, like you don't have to worry about her weak hitting. You don't have to worry about her not landing debuffs. Like as long as she has the accuracy, she can get 3%ed. Everybody can get 3%ed, but she's just going to be consistent in every affinity, which is really nice. But for instance, if you're going up against Spirit Affinity, you could bring in Frozen Banshee because then she's strong affinity and she's actually going to do more damage. And maybe the poisons, you know, work better. Maybe she gets more damage out of that. I don't know. But so let's go ahead and like put that team in down here. So this is not Razin. This is this. And again, what you would probably do here is actually put Hatatsu in the lead if you can get the speeds. You should be able to get the speeds without running Duchess as the lead. And so you had to have the increased defense as well to extend the life of the team. Now there's a decent chance that with the right gear, this tune could go close to 50 turns or maybe even more, depending on how, you know, how tanky your tanks are and how much healing you get out of them and all that stuff. Like if you land the decrease attacks, you know, that's one of the thing about these decrease attacks. They're both on the same affinity. In the speed tune, I didn't actually account for that. Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking at the website. I was doing that. I was putting this in. Okay. But so what I was going to say is you want to make sure that you've got the decrease attacks in the right places. Now, Taragi's A1 is the decrease attack. So he's doing it here before the stun. It is a 2-turn debuff. So if he lands it, it'll be up for both AoEs. I'm sorry, it'll be up for the stun and the first AoE, which means Hatatsu's you'd probably want in the middle here. Now, we do have to consider his buffs. So what's his I think it's his A2. His A2 is the decrease attack. So when does he land his A2? he would land it on the same turn as Taragi the Frog's thing. So we don't like that. We want him to be staggered. It is on a 3-turn cooldown and it's 2-turn uptime. So yeah, right now Hitatsu's landing is A2 and Taragi's landing is A1 on the same turn. So that's not great. Now I do think we have the freedom to basically move Taragi the Frog's ally protect around. Because with the buff extension, it should be up 100% of the time. So we do actually have that. Same thing with Hitatsu's increased defense. It'll be up. Basically, the one thing that we want to worry about, though, is Duchess. So let's say we moved Taragi the Frog's A3 here. Now, we actually want to turn off his A2. I don't think we care about his A2. His A2 is his provoke. So that's the other thing we can do. That's going to give him 2 A1. That'll give him 2 A1s, right? Taragi the Frog, his A2. Where is he? There he is. His A2 is just a provoke. So we don't care about that. So we're going to turn that off. That's going to give him 2 A1s. And so now we have, let's see. Yeah, so I think we can actually switch him back here where he was. Yeah, and so we're going to get 1 on the AoE 2. We're going to get 1 on the stun, and then Hitatsu's there. So if we could put Hitatsu on the other side, if we could get him... I don't know if we can. We want his A3. I mean, the only other way we could do it that I can think of is we could push Taragi the Frog's 2, but that would not be full auto. So, I mean, here you're getting 2 chances on the same turn and you're getting 1 turn here. So it's like this has got 3. The stun has 3 chances of having decreased attack on it. And the AoE 1 has 2 chances and the AoE 2 has 1 chance. But that's not too bad. So this feels like a pretty good setup. My guess would be this would go 40 plus turns. And so Whisper should be able to do probably 1 key Nightmare damage in 40 turns. Now, we've got to see if this tunes in Nightmare. I think it did, right? No, it didn't. That was the other tune. So, but this could potentially be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. You might be able to tweak it to get it to be Nightmare friendly. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Might have to be a little bit slower to make that work. Yeah. So anyway, that was fun. Sorry I can't actually build that team out for you. But this is, one of the ways that you kind of theory craft a speed tune, right? And you start thinking about the champions that you bring in and where they go and what happens. It's like, okay, these are great speeds. Like you can think about these speeds all the way down, like if you want to do the same thing, like, all right, so let's try this. Let's say we move this down tonight. Everybody, if you want these speeds, you can come back and watch it. But let's say we move to Nightmare. So we just dropped 20 speed on the clan boss. So let's just drop 20 speed on everybody. Let's see what happens there. Let's see if it just comes back in tune. Okay, didn't come back in tune. I'm going to drop another couple of speed. There it is. There's the tune. Back in tune. Same tune. Had to drop 22 speed on everybody. But so, you can find a tune like this. And again, you can say, okay, what about brutal? Can I do it on brutal? Well, the tune broke, right? Well, it's still tuned, actually. It's tuned differently. We've got a 5-4 from Duchess sometimes. But again, drop it 20 more speed. Or even just, let's say drop it 10. Let's see what happens if we drop it 10. Not quite. Might be able to find it again. That's close. Not quite. But, so if you mess around with the speeds and you're trying to go for one champion that goes at 4-3, you can change the speeds and say, oh, what happens if I do, what happens if I have one champion that goes faster? What happens if I have two champions that go faster? What happens if, because in this first turn here on this upper left-hand corner, you have a situation where it's like you can have champions go one speed slower than the boss at 159, or you can have them go one faster than the boss at 161, and that changes the tune because it drops them into a different turn order. So even if they're going the exact same speed as the boss, the attacker always goes first, so you technically go first, you win the tie. But yeah, so we found a tune that worked, and then we dropped 22 speed off of it, and then it worked for Nightmare. So if you had these champions, or you had champions that could run in this configuration for Nightmare, you could just run them at those speeds. Now, I have already forgotten what the speeds are, but it's on the video, so you could always come back and watch and find the speeds. But anyway, yeah, I got caught up there with that. I hope that was interesting to you. You were using Fenshi with Frozen Banshee. That's good. I found too many buffs out on the boss, so I was losing potential. I can keep poison and burn up almost all the time in Clan Boss. It was too many debuffs. Yeah, if you fill up the debuff bar, you're going to lose potential there. Banshee can easily put out 6 poisons. She's in Relentless. So one of the things about Relentless is in a setup like this that we've got going on right now, you can actually run a champion in Relentless as long as they're in the middle of the turn order. So if we went back to wherever we were, I forget where we were. It was like... yeah. All right. This is not quite right. But so see here in the third column, like, let's say you needed Duchess Elite at the bottom of this turn. Like we had Taragi the Frog doing the Ally Protect, or she was in the middle before, right? This was the middle column where she had 2 turns, right? Because the buff is being put up here at the bottom of that rotation, it doesn't matter if somebody goes twice in the middle here, right? Now, it does matter if the buffs drop off for the next boss attack. But if you have a situation where, let's say you're running let's say you're running, 2 buffers, like you're running an increased defense and an ally protect, and they're at the bottom of the rotation, and they're alternating. So like here you get an ally protect, here you get an increased defense. Again, it doesn't matter if the person above them goes twice, they're getting the buff at the end of the turn, so they can't outrun the buffs. However, if you're using a buff extender, and let's say they're getting the buffs near the top of the turn and they're going after they get the buffs, right? They can potentially outrun the buffs with Relentless. So by taking the extra turn, it drops off of them before it gets extended, let's say. And then it's just gone, and it can't get extended if it's not there. So it really depends on the speed tune. You can run Champions and Relentless in some speed tunes, and in other tunes, you can't. So, like we could even probably grab one here and see maybe a better example of it. Okay, so this is a good example. This is a great example. All right, so this is an unkillable speed tune. Now, the way this works is Sir Nicholas puts up his unkillable buff at the bottom of the first column. You can see the green helmet here. I'll actually blow it up, right? So the green helmet here is the unkillable buff. So when that goes up, you'll notice that in turn 2, everybody is only taking 1 turn. So that means when that buff is up for 2 turns, right, it goes up for the clan boss first AoE, it's up, and then it survives on everybody through the AoE 2. And then you can see here on the third column, it starts to fade, and that means it drops off here. Now, Warcaster at the bottom of the third column puts up the block damage buff. And so the unkillable buff makes you unkillable for AoE 1 and AoE 2. And then the block debuffs buff makes you unkillable here for the stun for everybody. Now, if somebody in the second column went twice, if somebody had Relentless gear, say Razin had Relentless gear. If Razin went twice here in this column, the unkillable buff would drop off before he got to this AoE 2, and he would now become killable on the AoE 2. Okay? Now, if Razin Scarhide went twice in the third column, it wouldn't matter. Right? It wouldn't matter if he went twice here, because Warcaster is going to apply that block damage buff at the bottom of that turn, and the extra turn from Razin Scarhide isn't going to affect his status once Warcaster applies the buff. So in this particular case, you can't use Relentless because you can't control where the extra turn goes. But what you could do is you could say, if I can create a tune here where Razin Scarhide actually goes twice in the third column, let's say I just speed him up and run him at 4-3, but he goes twice here, then you could do that, right? You could likewise do it in turn 1. Like if he goes twice in turn 1, but Sir Nicholas still goes last, that would also be totally fine. Right? Because the buff is going up at the bottom of column 1. But column 2 can only have 1 attack per person, because that's the only way to keep the speed tune unkillable. Right? Because this is a 2-turn buff that has to last through this attack. So, that's sort of the stuff that you can kind of think about. And this is true of any buffs. It doesn't matter if it's an unkillable buff or not. If you're trying to keep people alive with increased defenses, with shields, with perfect veils, with strengthens, right? Having them in a Relentless set can potentially mess them up. Now, let's say you had a 2-1 champion or a 3-1 champion. Like, let's say you had Demitha, who was going literally 3 turns every turn, and she was going last and putting up her block debuffs there, or her block damage buff there. So, like, if we ran a 3-1 Demitha, let's see if we can find a Demitha Mythbuster. Here we go. So if you look at this one, what happens is once it comes into tune, you'll notice Demitha is always at the bottom of every turn. It's a huge column, right? We're going 3-1. Everybody's taking 3 turns. So Demitha, because her block damage is on a 3-turn cooldown, she uses her block damage at the bottom of every column. All of these champions, every single one of these champions that actually this one's using a speed buff. So Lydia who puts up the speed buff, and Seeker, who does the turn meter fill, those two champions cannot be in Relentless gear. And in fact, Cardiel cannot be in Relentless gear because he has the block debuffs buff, right? He's putting up the block debuffs buff, which probably keeps it affinity friendly. So in fact, nobody here could be running Relentless except Turvold. Turvold could potentially be running Relentless, except of course Turvold has a speed buff. I picked I picked the wrong 3-1. Let's see if I can find a different 3-1. Let's try this. Yeah, this looks better. So it's the same thing. You have the block damage at the bottom of every column, right? Now, Razin is the extra DPS. He's the one DPS where it doesn't matter if he gets the extra turn or not. Deacon can't take Relentless, Eris can't take Relentless, and Seeker can't take Relentless, and Demitha can't take Relentless. But Razin could. And so if you had like a Ninja here, or you had a Frozen Banshee, or you had whoever, and you wanted to get extra DPS out of them, you could put them in that spot and use Relentless, and it would be fine. So again, it's because Demitha's, blocking damage at the bottom of every turn. The reason nobody else can get Relentless is because you can't mess up the order of their turn meter fills or their speed buffs or anything like that. You can't mess up a cleanse, right? If you get an extra turn on a cleanser, then they won't cleanse at the right time, and that messes up the speed tune. But DPS who do nothing but hit, like a Whisper, can potentially use Relentless if all of the important buffs are happening at the bottom of every turn. As long as you don't need to have the buffs up 100% of the time, like they can fall off and it's okay because they get reapplied before the boss goes, you can do that. All right, so yeah, that's it for today, I think. I gotta go finish off my I gotta actually finish off my accounts.
You gotta play your own account.
I gotta play my own account. I got 23 minutes to finish off my accounts. So thank you to all of our participants today for their takeovers. I hope you found this helpful. I'm sorry if I wasn't able to help more. I'm still learning how to get good at this. But yeah, I think there's a lot of clan boss speed tuning out there, and the more we cover it, the better off the community is going to be. So I don't mind spending some time to do a clan boss speed tune, even if we don't end up rebuilding champions. It gives you something to shoot for, something to think about. And I do think that tune could work. Also, you can check out that Warcaster tune. Maybe Shooter, if you can, put those exact speeds in for Lishek here, then he knows about that speed tune as well. So when you rewatch the video, you can go to that speed tune and just adjust it. And that will maybe give you another option there that could potentially give you, a better speed tune than the one you've currently got going. All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. Don't forget that we also are going to do so we're now on Sundays. We're now live streaming on Sundays. Our Noob versus Pro on Sundays is at 11 a.m. And then we're still thinking about doing a third stream per week, but because the holidays are coming up, it might be kind of erratic for a while. So I think on Thursday, somebody was like, hey, are you going to stream tonight? And we're like, yeah, we're not quite there yet. But we will be probably streaming on Thursday. We may do that at a slightly different time just to spread out the time so more people can potentially watch the live streams. Son, we got anything else going on?
No, you've got it.
All right.
My mic not working?
Nope, that's it. All right, cool. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, join our Discord community. I'm assuming everybody did for the takeover, and we'll be back with more takeovers next Tuesday. Oh, by the way, I can actually drop that. By the way, I am thinking about moving the Takeover Tuesdays down an hour back to 1 p.m. because the clock's changed and there are a lot of our European viewers who can't stay up late enough for this stream, and I want to give them an opportunity to get a takeover if they want them. So we're potentially going to move back from 2 p.m. to 1 p.m., which is where we originally started. But so next week we'll post that on the Discord and maybe on the YouTube channel. So, all right, thanks, folks. I will see you, I guess, soon. Say goodbye, son.